Hopefully everyone is not struggling too much with the daylight savings thing. Okay, I'm gonna start sharing my screen and just briefly chat about what we're gonna talk about, and then we're gonna introduce each other, and then we're gonna go into presentation, and then we're gonna get to work. I've never done something like this, so give me all the feedback. I'd love that. And yeah, hopefully this will be helpful. Let's see, I think.
No, I'm reading right now, but
Should
I would
be.
love if you guys play by yourself.
Thank you. How do I? Oops. Sorry, I'm trying to make it bigger. Nope, not gonna work. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Can anyone see this? Okay, so we're going to talk about how to create social media strategy that drives results. And I know that content planning and social media can be very overwhelming. There's a love and hate relationship about it. So we're going to talk about that today, mostly focusing on Instagram, best practices for other platforms, but mostly Instagram. And we'll be actually creating a content calendar for you for either a month or a quarter. You choose what you can accomplish. It's going to be 4 hours of goodness. Here I'm gonna have a little bit of agenda. So I'm gonna introduce myself first, and then I would like to have everyone introduce themselves, their business or their account that they will be working on, and what their main goal they're trying to accomplish today. We're gonna go over social media platforms, other social media platforms rather than Instagram, but we'll be mostly focusing on Instagram, best tools and practices, content pillars, how to create them so it can help you sleep well, and also process of scheduling monthly content based on your goals, marketing plan, and all the things. And we'll actually get to work and get it done. So here's me. My name is Arina, and I'm originally from Russia, so if you hear an accent, that's where it's from. I have 7 years of experience in retail management, 4 years of experience in digital marketing. Last year, I managed over 100,000 followers for other accounts, just fun fact, and helped over 15 small business owners to grow their communities and bring in revenue through social media. And my business is called Social Media Art. And I would love for you to do the same thing. Introduce yourself, name where you're from, share a little bit about your business and your main goal for today. And I think I'll just name you so it's not as confusing. Kylie, you want to go first?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is Kylie. I own Wanderlust Collective, where I do brand photography and I help ladies bring their brands to life. And I also just pivoted towards mindset coaching to help ambitious women kind of find their voice and confidence to start stepping into their greatness. And my main goal for today and what I want to get from this workshop is just learning new things. I feel like 2020 kind of set everybody going crazy when it came to social media. Like, what do we post? When do we post? What is going on? What is the world even? So it's just kind of bringing things back to reality and getting back into the groove of social media.
Awesome. Thank you. Michelle? Hi.
Good morning. I'm getting ready at the moment.
Oh, it's okay.
So my name is Michelle Hott. I actually run a pretty big Rodan and Fields business. It's direct sales of skincare. And so I have a pretty loyal like following and like pretty good like interaction. I want to figure out how to expand, like, you know, without paying for followers. And, you know, I want like authentic expansion, and just, we've got like so many beautiful curated like photos and images and stuff, before and after pictures, but I'm trying to differentiate. So why would someone come to Michelle instead of someone else?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Is it Cassidy?
Yes, it is. It's Cassidy.
Hi.
Hi. So my name is Cassie. I live in Missoula. I'm from Eastern Montana. I own just a small polymer clay earring business. And my main goal is, we always see stuff about strategy and everything, and I just really wanted to learn more about just how to strategize, how to create content beforehand and plan it out. I try my hardest, but I just don't really know the most efficient way to go about it. So that's what my goal is. So
Perfect. Well, you're in for a treat. Let's see who's next. Jen?
Hi, I am Jen Shimbano. I have just launched a business with another gal, Brandon Karras, who her and I are launching a website called Parent Team, where we're releasing courses for parent-to-parent resources on how to get on the same page. And what I'm hoping to get out is our first course for parents that are parenting from two homes launches on April 16th. And so we've grown the account to about 1,500 followers, but just really wanting to expand it much greater and larger, and wanting to be intentional about the content we're posting and just having more of a system and process. And so hoping that we can really just kind of get some resources on how to streamline and make that work for both her and I, so it doesn't kind of fall to one person or the other.
Okay, thank you, Jen.
Yeah.
Amy?
Hi, I'm Amy Woodger, and I'm a licensed esthetician, and I live up in Big Sky. And my business, I'm rebranding, and it's now called Sanctuary Big Sky. And I'm just getting ready to open a new location after having not been working the past 6 months while my kids were at home and doing that whole thing. So really kind of piggybacking on what a lot of you have already said, as far as kind of jumping back into things in a whole new world. And here in Big Sky, we've experienced a tremendous amount of growth. And so I'm really, opening a business at the end of what's typically been one busy season is kind of strange to me too. And anyway, it's just, I'm just excited to learn some strategy and have some, have a strategy for moving forward, so that I can focus on what I love to do, which is to connect with people in person, and excited to get back to doing that.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. And I don't want to butcher it. I'm so sorry. Wandana?
Hi guys, it's Vandana. It's fine. Don't worry, it's a tough one. Name Vandana. Where am I from? I'm from India. I moved here from New York City. My business on my business account will probably be Prana Buzz, which is these pop-up events that I have, which are related to spirituality and creativity. I'm a yoga teacher and a documentary filmmaker. So I try to bring my two passions together through these events. And my main goal from this workshop, which I apologize, I might not be able to stay for the whole thing because I have a 6-year-old, is probably to be motivated, because I have definitely developed a real hate relationship with social media the past few months. I used to do social media for as a freelancer, and I did Lock-On Cider's social media for about 3 years. And I kind of just, I have lost all forms of passion and motivation. I do know that Reels came in probably like the past year and a half. And even though I probably should have just like embraced it with all my love for like, film and cinema, I kind of despise it. So I'm hoping to like get more comfortable with Reels and yeah, probably like start scheduling as opposed to feeling this nagging like daily, like little demon on my shoulder saying like post something. And then there's days where like I really have nothing to say, or it's just one of those days and I don't want to just like vent about my own life. So I think I need to like be good about just like scheduling, having more of a strategy for myself, which is something I've never been used to doing because I've always had like clients and I focus on them. So yeah, just shifting focus, I guess.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Well, there will be a recording, so even if you don't get to see and hear it all, you can always replay it.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Sonia, hi.
Hi, sorry for popping in a couple minutes late.
It's okay.
Anya Williamson. I grew up in central Montana, so I'm kind of a Montana girl at heart, but there were a few other spots that we've been along the way. I have a business in town called S Effect Design, and I primarily do website design and SEO for clients and customers, businesses that place a premium on their customer care. So I am here a lot because, I know how valuable Instagram can be. I think I really struggle with growing my following. It's probably the place where I have like the most exposure. Like I get a lot of word of mouth, but I know that like right now my website doesn't show up in a lot of stuff. So it feels like Instagram's this place where there's at least like people who maybe see what I'm doing or know what I'm doing, but I'm not consistent. My messaging isn't, my feed isn't consistent. My messaging isn't consistent. I sort of do the like, this is what I feel like talking about today without a lot of intention towards this might be like what my clients need to hear on this platform. And I like really struggle with, like I said, growing it. It's like pretty stagnant. I think it's maybe a lack of engagement with other people, or, some of the guidelines are playing to the algorithm, but I'd like to be on here in a way where like I am connecting more with people who might need what I do.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. And then I think Allison, you're the last one.
Hi. Sorry for being late. I thought I registered and then apparently I didn't. So I'm here. My name is Allison. I'm originally from New York City, but I went to college in Vermont and got a job in Yellowstone after that. So I've been in Yellowstone and Bozeman for the past decade or so. My business is North Fork Mapping, and that's also my business Instagram account. And main goal in business in this workshop, I feel like last year I did a pretty good job at being consistent, but I've kind of fallen off the past few months. So tips on help with that. And then I'm just always looking to absorb any information about Instagram. So yeah, just looking forward to any knowledge that you have.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you so much, everyone.
Hey, Arena.
Yes.
I want to introduce myself too, just quickly.
Yes.
So I am going to listen to this later, and I totally have goals.
Yes, please do.
Hi, ladies. My name's Amanda. I am the co-founder of Sky Oro, and so we are so excited to co-host this workshop with Arena. She's one of our fantastic members, and I am from Helena, kind of back and forth between Helena, Bozeman, and Alaska for the majority of my life, but that is where I say I'm from. I'm going to be very silent on this call because I have a 2-year-old that needs help all the time. So he will talk right now really quick. Hold on, Jones. I'm almost done. So our business account, Sky Oro Women, has definitely, we've seen like very little increments of growth. We had huge explosion of growth when we first were crowdfunding to open our space, and we had a lot of interaction, and we grew our business, I think, significantly through social media, specifically Instagram. And I have very much a love-hate relationship with Instagram, as Kylie knows very well. But I would love to come out of this with just hopefully a shift in mindset around how I approach content planning and showing up on these platforms. I want to use them as a way to garner or to create connections between my members and the rest of our community and just add value. Ultimately, of course, I would love for it to lead to people being interested in membership at Sky Oro, whether it's to co-work in our space or just be part of our community and attend our events. And I know that social media is a place for them to start just learning more about what we are, who we are, what we offer, how we want to serve. And so I feel like I'm kind of on this right path for that, but I would just love to get a little bit more direction behind it and have more of a plan, because I am coming into more of a marketing strategy than I've ever had before. So want to make sure social media is a part of that. And just a quick shout out to the people that will be listening to this recording after the call. We miss you and thankful that you're going to be watching. And thank you, Rowena.
Yes, thank you, Amanda. This is great. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Sounds like we're in the right place, judging by some of your goals and things. And hopefully, once I'm done with the presentation, ideally, I would love to help you answer any question, maybe specific to your business or any goals. If I don't cover something, please let me know. It's gonna be 4 hours of us doing all this fun stuff. All right, so wait, hold on. I think I know what I need to do. There, perfect. Okay, so I found this cool thing. It's called Digital Marketing Funnel. Totally just screenshot it from Google. But basically shows you the importance of social media and how, judging by Digital Marketing Funnel, it's actually in a lot of different ways. So funnel can be a top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel. And as you can see, the awareness is the first part, which is social media plays a really big part in brand awareness, and it sounds like all of you kind of need a little bit of that and how to strategize around that. But also there's options how to be in the middle of the funnel with social media and how to be on the bottom of funnel. So going through the leads, finding prospects, customers, and actually repeating customers. It's kind of a fun thing. It shows you also ideas. So you can build your online awareness with online ads, storytelling posts, short videos. You can build consideration with a website optimized for SEO, which we'll not be covering, but still kind of a fun thing to do. Blogs, how-to, video tutorials, which actually is part of social media too. Customer stories, that's a huge part of social media. Conversion, lead magnet, landing pages, you can use social media for all of this. And for sales, loyalty offers, contests, viral content, influencers, social media can be used for all the kind of like levels of the funnel, which is fun because there's really not a thing out there online that can work for all of it. Let's say you have just some email, but in order for people to get on your email list, you have to get them to be a brand aware and all those things. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So I'm going to chat about most popular social media platforms first, and then we'll dive into Instagram a little bit further. And right now there's like 5 of them that are really emerging. Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, LinkedIn, and TikTok. I will not be covering TikTok, but it's a fun one depending on your targeted audience. If you have a younger audience, which I don't think you do, judging by like what you shared about your business. It's a fun thing to play with, but I don't want to go too deep into it. And we'll start with Facebook. I know actually somebody asked me if Facebook is even worth it. Yes. There are 3 types of Facebook pages or accounts that you can create. It's a Facebook business page, Facebook groups, and the most important one is Facebook business and ad manager. I would suggest everyone to have a Facebook business page because it's still the #1 leading social media platform. Most of the people are on Facebook. I think that now people are dropping off a little bit because not a lot of people are interested in it, but in order to have an Instagram business page account, you have to have a Facebook business page. I would just suggest, if you don't want to use it, if you don't want to post anything on it, still have it, optimize your profile, put all your links, all the things, and just have it there. So if people do find you, people can find your Facebook business account through Google. So it's kind of, if you don't have it, you're kind of missing out a little bit. And one thing, if you're ever plan on running ads, do have Facebook business and ad manager. That's really, really important thing to have. It performs really well. You can just run ads on Instagram, but you have to have that. In order to have that, you have to have Facebook business page. Content types on Facebook that they're a little bit different from others. Facebook posts can be photo and video. Facebook does have stories. I see a lot of people just resharing their Instagram stories to their Facebook stories. One thing that's different is they have Facebook events, which is kind of a fun thing you can basically invite all your people to an event without DMing a single person. That's kind of a nice thing. There's Facebook Lives, and you can also link fairly easy to other posts or your website through Facebook, where on Instagram, you cannot do that. You have to have a link in bio. And advantages of Facebook, there's a lot more monetization tools on Facebook. If you go Facebook Live, you can have people pay for it. You can do fundraisers. You can do a lot more things with monetization specifically on Facebook. You can do a Facebook event that's paid. There's some other things. So if you're doing something that, let's say you're going to do a Facebook Live about a certain topic, you can just charge people $10 and share your knowledge, which is kind of nice. And I also wanted to share a little bit of a demographic. And why I want to do that is because in the end, we'll see there are two primarily social media platforms that are actually male predominant. So if you do have male targeted audience, I suggest you be on those social media platforms, have some kind of presence. So there's about 2.7 billion active users on Facebook. And the largest age group, which I was surprised, is 25 to 34. It's younger than I thought. And gender, there's 44% female and 56% male, which is kind of an interesting fact. Instagram. So on Instagram, you can have one account. There's no groups or anything like that, but you can have either business, personal, or creator account. And I know that a lot more people either have business or creator account. So the main difference between business and a creator account, whenever you're creating an account, and I suggest having a business account or creator account because you have access to your insights. If you have a business account, you can have insights, you can run ads, and you can use third-party scheduling tools to schedule your content. If you have a creator account, you can have access to all the music in the world. You cannot run ads. You can have, you can be in what they call as an influencer, where you can actually attach other business account to you who you're running the ad for, and you cannot schedule your posts. I think the only thing you can use is Facebook Creator Studio, which is not very user friendly, but it works and it's free. Content types for Instagram, there's quite a few up there. The main ones are Instagram posts, which can be a photo or video, stories, IGTV, IG Live, Reels, guides, and shopping products. And why I personally like Instagram and why it's growing so much, Instagram so far has the best engagement tools. It's much easier to engage with others. And that's kind of how you really grow your connections and how you get sales, is by engaging with others. Yes, it does take more time, but it's one of those platforms where it's just so much easier to do, where, like, let's say LinkedIn, is really not, it's kind of harder to do. On Pinterest, there's really no engagement tools as much. And on Facebook, it's a whole different level of engagement. And then Instagram, I know a lot of people get frustrated with new features, but I think it's actually an advantage because I know sometimes we like just get used to it and there's a new feature and you're like, oh my God, we have to learn it. But it doesn't stay stagnant and it's constantly evolving with the people who are on there, which is kind of nice because they're listening to what you are asking and doing and trying to do their best. But also, I know people mentioned Reels. It's one feature on Instagram where you can actually grow authentically if you're just creating organic content. That's really one cool feature that Instagram offers so far. And also you have a lot more notifications that allow you to be discovered. Some demographics about Instagram, there's about 1 billion of active users, so quite a bit less than Facebook. Largest age group is 25 to 34, same kind of as Facebook. And gender is 57% female and 43% male, which is also kind of actually pretty nice. I thought there is less male audience on there. Pinterest. So on Pinterest, you can have either business or personal account. You don't really have to pay anything extra for that, but I do recommend having a business account just because you do have access to insights as well. And content types on there is pins, which you all have seen if you have ever used Pinterest, boards, and there's actually groups, but I've never seen anybody use it. Pinterest is like a very underutilized platform that drives crazy amount of traffic to your website and to your accounts. If there's one thing that you want to try new, if you're like feeling good with Instagram, I really, really recommend Pinterest. It's a search engine, first of all. It's a visual search engine, but it can drive incredible results if you have a freebie that can really grow your email list. If you have anything to offer that's like a blog or any information content, Pinterest really drives traffic to your website really well. Here's some demographic. Yes, do you have a question? I don't know if I can see it.
It's Michelle. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. If you have a Pinterest account that's personal, can you switch it to business or do you have to start over?
No, you can switch to business. There should be an option, I think in settings.
Okay.
You can easily do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually for you could be a cool thing. Oh, we'll talk about it later. The demographics is actually a lot less people. There's about just a little over 400 million people. Largest age group is 30 to 49 and predominantly female. Pinterest is mostly used for people planning some kind of life events. So let's say they're planning to redesign their house, they're planning to redesign their office, they're planning to create a website, they're planning to, they are planning to change their mindset, they're planning on, I wouldn't say divorce per se, but how to maybe go through it. Just an idea for Jen. But that's what Pinterest is for. And then the last one is LinkedIn. Actually, recently had a client who I've been working a lot on LinkedIn, and I would say I have never had so much growth as on LinkedIn and any other account, any other social media platforms. It really depends on what kind of business you have. It is predominantly kind of a business, professional, career oriented, but you can play with it and try some different things. Here's what you can do on LinkedIn. You can have a personal account, which is your face, you as a professional, you as a thought leader. You can have a business page account. So let's say you have a business, you can create a separate page for your business. And there's also groups, but it's also not as utilized as much. Content types that you can do on LinkedIn is posts, photo and video. There are LinkedIn stories. I haven't seen a lot of people use that as well. You can link to other posts, which is nice. And you can also write articles, and those perform really, really, really well. And you can only do them from your personal account. You cannot do them from your business page account. LinkedIn is also underutilized platform that can help you grow connections in business and career. And it's also very like a thought leader and business related content. So I can see like, actually Amanda can use it. Sonia, you can use it. Jen, you can probably use it. And Kylie, you can probably use it as well, because you kind of have like, you're mostly like thought leaders, and you have something to provide service wise kind of a thing to people who are on LinkedIn. And number of users, it's actually more than on Pinterest. 738 million, largest age group. So it's a little bit older than any other platforms, 46 to 55. And it's predominantly male, but it's pretty close, half and half. So that's all the other platforms that you can have fun.
Hey, Irina.
Yes.
Michelle has raised her hand.
Oh, was it the previous question? Oh, okay.
Nope, never mind. I don't know how to get that down.
I think you can go back and click on it. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Instagram. I'm gonna talk a little bit. Well, actually, before I go into it, do you guys have questions about how to create your bio? Because I don't want to spend too much time. Yeah. Okay, Jeff. I guess it's kind of hard to see if people are not doing that. Okay, let's go into it. So let's say you have an Instagram, you're doing all this work, you're creating content, you're connecting with others, people are starting to follow you, they go to your profile and they don't stick with it. Could be because you don't have a really strong bio. And your bio is so important because this is where you capture those people that you're working hard to get. All of you, I think, except maybe Sky Oro, should have a picture. Well, and then maybe Jen, because you're a parent team. Maybe you can have actually a picture of two of you. I would highly suggest, if you're offering any services, or if you have a pretty strong personal brand behind your business, have a photo of you. Photo that's just like really clear, shows your personality a little bit, maybe a little smile, but not really a logo, because here's what I find really hard. Whenever you're engaging with somebody, let's say you're spending 20 minutes every day engaging with hashtags, and all people see is your logo. They might not go back and look at your account just because it's very impersonated. So I highly suggest having a photo. Name, which is here, which is mine, like it says Irina, social media strategist. This is the only field that is searchable on your bio. If people know you by your name, I would highly recommend putting your name in there and your niche. So if you're a website person, if you're Road on Fields, if whatever that you do, I would highly recommend put it in on there, because they will search you for by that thing. Bio is also really important. And one thing to mention, I don't want it for you to have it too long. So if you have more than 4 lines in your bio, this part will be hidden and they have to click on more. So if you put your CTA over here, they will not see it. Unless you have like 4 lines that they will see it, which is something new that Instagram just started doing. But you have to really have a really strong power statement. Numbers always help. Let's say if I put in here, I managed over 100,000 followers last year, people might find it interesting, or might want to work with me, or might just stick with me and see how I do it. Some of the services that you offer, and then the call to action is really important. And you can change this call to action depending on what you're marketing. Let's say you have a freebie to offer, or you're offering a new service, or you want people to schedule a call with you or something like that. Highly recommend this. Link. So this is the only spot to put link in an entire Instagram, which is kind of unfortunate comparing to other social media platforms, but Instagram does want you to have people spend more time on their platform. My recommendation is either have your website homepage if you're just kind of not really marketing specifically. If you're marketing something specific, let's say it's a freebie or anything like that, have linked to that thing. Let's say, Allison, for you, I would probably do a shop or something like depending on like what you're focusing on. And if you do use Linktree, I know a lot of people like that. I don't recommend having more than 2 links, because if it's more than 2 links, people just kind of get lost and they get confused and they don't do anything at all. And then you kind of almost take them away from your account to the whole world of internet, and you just lose them in there. Okay. Contact options. So it's really nice if you have a business page on Instagram, you can actually add different action buttons, and you can do it through edit profile. And there's going to be options for scheduling, book an appointment. They're all different kinds. Play with it, but they will all show up over here. And if you have a shop, this will also show up over here, which is kind of nice. And then the highlights. I do recommend. A lot of people actually have been asking me if highlights even are worth it. Do people need them? I recommend them for those people who are just finding you. Let's say I'm a new follower and I really like I went to somebody's Instagram live where you talked about mindset. And all of a sudden, yeah, I really like what you were talking about. I really like your personality. I go to your page and I instantly go through your highlights to kind of like see if we can connect together, or what is it that you do, what are you about. I recommend clean up your highlights once in a while and really treat them as your website pages. So like the most important things about you. Let's say, I don't know, Sonia, I see you here. It's going to be something about you, or like you can call it welcome. So just maybe a little bit like a few fun facts about you. Hey, my name is this, I'm from here, this is what I do, this is what I like. And then there are going to be like some tips in your niche, maybe how to work with you, all other things that like literally look at your website pages and you can steal those ideas to your highlights. I don't recommend having more than 5 because most people do not go back and look through them. All right. Any questions about bio? I don't see anything. None. Okay, perfect. Okay. So I don't know if you've heard of such thing as search optimization on Instagram. I don't know if you can call it like that, but I'm just gonna go for it and call it like that.
Marina, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So the options that you had to like edit the profile, is that something that only comes with the professional business, whatever professional account?
No, you can edit your profile on personal or business, but you can only contact action buttons. You can add them only if you have a business account.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then, something I'd asked earlier, if you don't mind, at some point, whenever you go back to Facebook, could you talk a little bit about what the strengths might be of creating a Facebook group?
Group, okay.
Okay.
Yes. I can do that. I'm gonna write that down. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I don't always see the chat, so if you guys can just unmute yourself and ask me a question, that's all okay too. Okay, let's get into the nitty gritty. I'm gonna just briefly talk about this, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. So there's 4 different ways to kind of be found on Instagram through different tools. It's through location, through tagging other accounts, hashtags, which is a huge one, and now there are keywords. Keywords are not working as good as like, let's say Google or Pinterest on Instagram, but I think they're optimizing it, making it better, trying to do the best they can, but some of them work really well. And I'll give you some examples. So for location, if you're putting location in posts, I actually encourage you to play with it. Let's say you can just put Bozeman, Montana, you can put Montana, you can actually put actual location. And sometimes in posts, the smaller the location, the better it can work. Versus stories, I actually had an account where they put location as United States, and all of a sudden they got 20 followers because it got featured in the United States story. So you never know how it can play. Let's say you're showing a beautiful outside there, like let's say it's a Sky Oro and you're saying, oh my God, such a beautiful day today, and you're tagging location Montana, that could actually benefit you, and people who are in Montana might find you. Yes, Jen.
If we notice that we're getting followers from a particular area, but it's not like Boulder, Colorado, for example, can we tag? Is that like not ethical if you're tagging a location that you're not really at, but you've got a market there?
I would say it depends on like what you're doing. Let's say you're promoting something, you're going there, or hey, we found some people who are searching us from Boulder, Colorado, and just kind of share a story. I would tag it.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe not in posts because that would be a little bit confusing.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can use hashtags for that.
Okay.
Boulder, Colorado. Yeah. Tagging other accounts. So you can tag other accounts when you're making a post, and you can also tag other accounts in stories. Tagging other accounts could be beneficial. I always think that if you're in Montana and you have a business, you should probably tag Prospera. Just because you might be featured, they might talk about you, they'll be like, oh, there's a new business in town, blah, blah, blah. So accounts kind of like that who are based highly on user-generated content. Let's say you are building websites and there's some big website builders, like you can probably tag Squarespace or Wix or any other accounts like that. Or there's accounts that are called female founders. There's accounts that are called girl boss. Any of those, if you're a female business owner, you can tag them because they're highly based on user-generated content, and they're probably searching for accounts like you who are just maybe emerging or offering something different in this world. For you, Allison, I would tag shop because Instagram has a separate account that's called shop, and they feature accounts that are selling on Instagram. Everyone who has a shop should do it. Or something like that. Like, let's say, just do kind of your research and see, because there's so many accounts out there that are looking for accounts like you who might be featuring, who might want to talk to you, who might show your product on there. There could be like a cool shops that are maybe you want to be. I'm just thinking, let's say you want to grow your products in Colorado. Take some big shops in Colorado or something like that. But don't tag people who don't belong on the post, if they're a personal account or a business account or another business owner, because they might not like that. On stories, I really recommend people, let's say they're sitting somewhere. Sometimes we forget that. Let's say right now, Jen and I, she's in the building, we're at Sky Oro doing the workshop. We can make a story and tag Sky Oro, and businesses like that thrive off people who are actually in them. So they most likely will reshare, and people who are following that account will see you and might be interested in what you have to offer. And the same thing, like if you're, I know in pandemic, it's kind of hard because not a lot of people are going out places and doing all the things, but if you're walking by something, or let's say you're in a park and they have a separate account or something like that, or you're talking to somebody on the Zoom or anything like that, just tag them. They might not always reshare it, but it's an extra exposure for you that is probably 80% guaranteed that you will get from their audience.
Does it do anything for your reach if we have a business account and we tag our personal accounts, if our personal account has more followers right now than our business account?
If you reshare it to your stories, you mean in stories and posts?
If we did a story, it will only matter than if I share it with my personal page.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to, and just be like, sometimes it's okay to share in your personal, be like, hey, I've been a little bit quiet on here. Here's what I've been up to. You never know, people who might be following you might be interested in that. You never know. But it's also like, you don't have to do that. But yeah, it will only work if other people reshare it. Hashtags. So I know there's a love and hate relationship with hashtags. It's a big one, and really how to utilize hashtags, you have to do your research with them. And we can go over it. It's a little bit complicated of a thing, but here's my main suggestions about hashtags. Don't use hashtags that are over 1 million. They will not do anything for you, especially if you're a smaller account. Try to go for hashtags that have maybe like 50,000 posts, or 200 is kind of like the max that I would recommend for all of you, because I think most of you are under 10,000 followers that I know, unless I don't know, which you can correct me. How I separate my hashtags when I do use them. So you can use up to 30 hashtags on your posts, and you can use up to 30, you can use 5. I highly recommend using 30. You can put them on your comment, they work just as fine if you're worried about the aesthetics. But I do 10 hashtags about the post. So let's say it's a niche topic that I'm talking about. Let's say I'm making a post about hashtags. I'm gonna go and search some niche kind of hashtags that are maybe like specifically about hashtags, Instagram growth, Instagram development, all this stuff. And then I'm gonna go into some general, which will be like social media marketing, social media growth, or my targeted audience. So my targeted audience is small business owners. So I'm gonna go and look for those. And then maybe 10 to 5 hashtags that are local. So like Bozeman, Montana, Bozeman business, Montana business, or something like that. I would also recommend going back to your post that you've used hashtags for and see how much reach you got from certain hashtags, and it will tell you exactly how many you got from hashtags, and see which group performed the best. And there's a trick to actually see which hashtag performed the best. If you want to try it, you have to promote your post. So let's say you go into a post, you click promote. Gonna do it like for $1. We won't really promote it, but when you go to insights, it'll tell you exactly which hashtags, how many accounts reached through. It will tell you exact amount, and then you just stop the promotion, and you might like spend 10 cents, depending on how much you time. But it usually doesn't. It takes like 5 minutes to do. And then hashtags and stories. I honestly have not seen that much of a growth from that. You can use bigger hashtags on there. If you're going to use it, do bigger. Try with it. You can use up to 10. I would just suggest, yes, using 2 or 3. Don't spend too much time researching for those. But try it out. They do perform much better in posts. And does anyone have actually any questions about hashtags? It's probably a lot. Can I see a chat? Oh yeah, I can.
I have a question. It's Michelle speaking. So I have an app called, I think, like Tagomatic or something. Do you recommend using those, or do they search too many popular hashtags? Like, would I be maybe over 1 million with some of those?
Sorry, say it again. What?
So Tagomatic is an app that, like, let's say I type in like skincare. So then it like gives me some really popular hashtags or suggestions that relate to skincare. Do you recommend using those types of apps, or do you think, well, I guess I could see each hashtag and how many uses it has.
You can. Here's what I would recommend. So here's my kind of a worry about those. They might not be used as well. How I do my research is like, let's say even skincare. So I'm gonna go and search for skincare, and I'm gonna find top posts, and I'm gonna click on those and see which hashtags those people used, and go through like 5 posts and see which hashtags they used, and go click on those hashtags and see how many posts they have. Because sometimes people randomly get into top posts, but sometimes it is through hashtags.
Okay.
You can do the same thing with those that is suggested by that app. but the thing is like they might not be used as much. So they might have 20,000 posts, but maybe last time they were used in 2019.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And then Jen, I just saw your comment. So little characters and a lot of pressure on what to have in the bio. Yes, but that's why I kind of play with it a little bit, and we can try to see if you guys have, if you want any help with how to create the best bio while we are working in this workshop.
Could we do like a bio audit?
Sure.
Where,
I mean, you guys can do whatever you want.
okay.
We got 3 hours of like working, actual work. Okay, so keywords. Instagram just introduced this. Here's 2 main things that you should do if you want to be explored found through keywords. Whenever you're writing your posts, try to be descriptive and try to use a more simplified language. Don't use like an industry kind of related language, and don't use 1-sentence copy. That's my recommendation, because sometimes if people are looking, let's say Allison just launched a new product and it's a beanie with maps or something like that, right? So she's gonna say, and like new, there's a new product. So maybe like describe it a little bit so that way people can, and maybe say can be found in 3 colors, green, blue, and pink. Because when people are searching on Instagram, what comes up is mostly like red sweater or pink beanie or something like that. And you can be actually found through this. And then another thing, whenever you guys write copy, there's going to be an option for alternative text. I would recommend using it because in alternative text, you can actually really describe what is in the image. Let's say, example again was Allison. It's a picture of a girl wearing a beanie, pink beanie with maps on it. That's literally what you would put in alternative text. You can also do it for your copy too. But if your copy is kind of similar to what you're describing on the picture, then it's really kind of, you don't have to do that. So there is that. And I want you to also always look at your post insights. There comes a time where you're like, I don't know what to post on Instagram. I'm just burnt out and I don't know what the hell people want. They don't engage. They don't do anything for me. Go back 3 to 6 months and look through your insights. And let's say you're in a launch and you are going to go through post insights and see which one got the most website clicks, which one got the most profile visits, and all the things, and see and look at those posts and be like, okay, here's what we did different. We maybe wrote first sentence a little different. Here's a picture of us instead of a graphic, or maybe there's a copy that's kind of describing pain points instead of just like overall what we're offering, all those things. And there's a lot of metrics to look at when you're looking at your post insights, and you can access this information on your posts. I don't know, it's not the one that you're going through your bio to insights. So it's a little different. In case.
Can I ask a quick question about that?
Yeah.
So I feel like there's sometimes a discrepancy between like what's the most popular versus what is relevant to your business. For example, I talked to a skincare company a few years back, and like her most popular post, most engagement was like a meme about tequila, nothing about skincare. So what is, or like personally, maybe some of like my personal stuff gets more engagement, but it's not business related. So what's your recommendation there? Is that still a good thing, or should you try to focus on stuff that's like less just me doing something dumb in my life, I guess?
Okay. When you're creating your content, and we'll talk a little bit about this later, you really should have content pillars that are different and are not all about your business. And that way you're kind of 3D in your content because you're a service provider, first of all, and people come to you, could be because of your knowledge, but also could be because of your personality. people are like, oh my God, I love Sonia. She's just so funny. She's always so real. I really want her to create my website. And I don't even, she seems like she knows her stuff. So I'm not going to go deep into like what exactly she knows. And there are some people who'd be like, I really love her educational posts. She brings so much value. I really want to work with you because she's really thorough. So you never know which audience you will attract, but you can attract both. But that's why you kind of have to do a 3D where if you're always going to be talking about your business, I might snooze. If you're always going to be talking about your personality or what you're doing, I might not be interested in your business. So it's kind of like this fine balance. And when you're, let's say you're in a launch, there's going to be a lot more talking about your business and your offerings, but really should be kind of a little bit of both. And when you're looking at your insights, you really, depending on what your goal, like let's say I want to raise my engagement. Okay, you're gonna go through your posts that are creating most comments and shares, and you're gonna kind of try to recreate those posts. Maybe like make a reel instead of a post, or maybe make a video instead of a post, or maybe change the copy a little bit, put a different picture or something like that. Let's say your goal is to create business, to drive traffic. You're gonna go through the posts that create the most website clicks and profile visits and see which ones did that the most and try to play with them and try to recreate them in a different way. Does that answer the question?
Oh, very much so. Thank you.
Okay. And there's some, I'm going to just talk a little bit about metrics whenever you're looking at post insights. So engagement metrics, I know there's some maybe confusion about them, like the shares are better than likes, comments are better than this. Really, whenever Instagram looks at them, none of them is better than the other. It looks at the overall number. So let's say on this post that I just have an example of, it's 126 plus 85 plus 10 plus 1, whatever the number is, that's your engagement. That's how the algorithm looks at it. It doesn't make it any better. But whenever we're creating content, there's a certain kind of like a difference for us, for a business owner, for a creator. So likes is really the most vanity metric, but it's the easiest thing for people to do. And mostly likes, people give likes who are like the picture. You have a cute picture, you have a catchy picture, that's when you get the most likes. Comments signifies that you have an engaging audience. So let's say you have a cute picture, but you also have a really cool copy, or you're talking about something that's important and they are commenting on it. That means that you're really relating to them, they're engaging with you, all the things. Shares is not only did they like the post and they might have commented on it too, they also want to share it with others. So it's kind of like a triple winner. And then saves, I vary of save sometimes because people save your account, your post can be for later to read, but also could be for inspiration for them to recreate something similar to that. So it might not be the best indicator if your post is like really resonating with them or they want to do something with your business. And then there's traffic driving metrics, which are KPI metrics. And those are profile visits, website clicks, follows, and accounts reach. And you can actually look at the percentage where they came from. And this is where you, oh, I don't have that. You can see if some of them came from hashtags or explore page or any other stuff, which is kind of fun. All right. We kind of went over that. But here's what I was talking about to Sonia. You can look back and see what post has gotten the most engagement, which is the most comments, has generated the most exposure, reaching shares, and if people want to see more and come back, is saves, which is might not be, and generated the most drives to your link or sales is the ones that have the most profile visits and website clicks. Okay. Okay, this is a little bit old because you can also have 30 days. So this is where you can look through, whenever you go to your bio and you go through account and you look through your insights, this is where you can see all your efforts overall. So let's say you've been trying to do something different. Let's say you've been trying to create reels and you've been putting 1 reel a week or 2 reels a week, and you want to see how that changed from what you've been doing before. This is where you can go to your insights and see, okay, what I've been doing is helping really the engagement, or is growing my following, or something like that. This is when I use the insights. And now you can, it's old because it says only track 7 days, but now you can look at for 7 days and 30 days, which is nice because you can kind of track overall month performance. All right. So here's the fun part. What's performing best right now on Instagram? And this is kind of the overall for the past 6 months. Educational content works really, really well. Relatable content, so storytelling really never goes old. Storytelling is the one thing that really works well on Instagram, and it's been working well. And whenever you're sharing your story or your client's story and make it relatable, it's always gonna bring either engagement or sales to you. Entertaining content works really well too, and that could be reels, memes, all the other fun things, so like funny quote or anything like that. Snackable content, which is especially reels, because you're trying to give something, some kind of information in 15 or 30 seconds. And especially the trendy ones, now there's like reels challenges, trendy music to use. If you don't want to keep up with it, please don't. You can like select and choose, but try reels really, because they do help, and people really like consuming them because it's really easy to do. And Instagram lives. So I don't know if you've been much on Instagram last March, but when the pandemic hit, everyone was doing Instagram lives. It was so overwhelming. And I think after 2 months of everyone's doing it, it kind of died down a little bit. And I think now it's kind of going back and evolving. Instagram lives is a great tool to grow your brand awareness and exposure. It's one of the most amazing tools, because you can go on Instagram live with somebody else who has maybe your targeted audience or audience that might be similar to what you're trying to do, have some kind of conversation that would be helpful for them, and all of a sudden you're exposing yourself to somebody else's audience. It's actually we work even better if they're not in the same location, because the chances that they've never knew about you or never followed you is even greater. And now you can invite up to 3 people on Instagram Live. So types, simple and bold quotes and sayings are highly shareable, especially if you're staying on brand. Sometimes I feel like they're getting a little bit old because everyone is doing them. That's why I recommend staying on brand and not try to do what everyone is doing. Just kind of like stay really to your targeted audience and your niche. Let's say it's a skincare product. You don't have to put a quote that is just randomly about skincare. You can actually customize it to maybe a pain point that your people are struggling with a lot. Memes in various industries, entertaining and shareable. They've been working for a while, for about past few years, and people just like them. It's fun. Reels, the nice thing about also Reels is they keep going on repeat. Let's say you shared something and people want to kind of rewatch it again. It gives you more, gives your reel more value, and it will be thrown to more people. Relatable personal stories and exciting announcements, especially in copy. So if you can make your copy always kind of exciting and fun, people will keep reading, even if it's just about some mundane task. Like we can go over some of things, but the first sentence in your copy, if it's exciting, that'll be fun, and people will keep reading, and the people will engage with it. Okay, let me change my thing. Instagram Lives. So I want to talk a little bit more about it, because whenever you're creating content, I don't think that people anymore have to like create posts 5 days a week, 7 days a week. It's actually really beneficial to do Instagram Lives. Let's say you're going to talk about in stories, hey, we're doing Instagram Live with this person, or we're going to be going on live answering all your questions, or something like that. That creates more exposure and benefit to your audience than post. It does require a little bit more work, but it's just a lot more efficient, I think. People get notified when you go on Instagram Live, so ultimately you get a chance to notify up to 4 different audiences, which is wild. You can utilize question sticker that you put up in stories. Let's say you go in stories and say, hey, I'm going on Instagram Live tomorrow. It has to be a day within the day, 24 hours, and people can ask you questions. And when you're on Instagram Live answering them, they get notified twice. And you can also invite your audience on Instagram Live too. Right.
Should it prevent you from, like, I'm anxious to do Instagram Live because what if nobody shows up? Does that make people think that we don't have credibility?
No, people are just busy. I mean, so the nice thing about Instagram Lives is you can save them. You can put a cute cover on it. Let's say people will still go back and look. And as long as it's like not 1 hour long, then people probably won't watch till the end. But I would say, even if you're doing with somebody, there's going to be somebody who is going to be on there. Most likely it's not going to be your whole audience, but they will always go back. I have an Instagram Live about, I think it was like trends of 2021. People are still, you can see that people are still watching it.
Okay.
So I think that not everyone, don't expect that everyone is going to be on your Instagram Live, and it does not lower your credibility at all.
And then you said a chance to notify up to 4 different audiences. What exactly does that mean?
So you can now invite up to 3 people on your Instagram Live. Let's say you, Sonia, Allison, and Amanda decide to go on Instagram Live and talk about community. All of a sudden, and whoever is hosting, let's say Sky Arrow is hosting it. So Allison's audience, Sonia's audience, and your audience will be notified that you're going on Instagram Live with Sky Arrow, and it will like give exposure to all of you from 3 different audiences, but also yours included, so it's 4. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have never done a live with 4 people. I think it's a little bit, could be go backwards. But I have done lives with another person, and that works out really well. Every time I do an Instagram Live with somebody else, I get at least 10 to 20 followers that day, because especially if it's educational, because people are interested in what you have to say, and they might also like your personality. Okay, Reels. I know it's a fun one, and I think a lot of people get very overwhelmed with them. So I want to maybe give you some best practices, and we can, if you want to maybe create a reel. Don't know how that will work with virtual, but I will try my best. And here's some things that I've learned that work the best when you're creating a reel. Just keep them in mind. So your reel will perform best if people watch until the end and watch multiple times, because reels loop at the end. Your goal is to keep them there as long as possible. So that's why I actually recommend doing 15 seconds than 30, because people do have shorter attention span, and if you kind of catch them within those 15 seconds, they might keep on the loop and might keep watching it, and might also watch until actual end. And you can also write an intriguing like text. Let's say you're given advice, and you can say, the last one is my favorite, and people will actually watch until the end to see. Or if you can also just say, watch until the end, and they might, because the simpler the call to action, the most likely people will actually act on it. Or let's say you're sharing, I'm thinking about you. I want to know how you can do that with reels for the events. Let's say you can show behind the scenes of a setup, and people actually like seeing them. You don't have to like put a caption, watch until the end or something like that, but you can put some interesting text, like, oh, here's how this evolved into like the whole setup, or here's behind the scenes of us creating an event, or we can brainstorm a few ideas, but those are the ones that come to mind first. And also, utilize text, but try to make it simple. There are some people who don't utilize text at all. And the problem with that is 80% of people on Instagram watch without the sound. The same thing with stories. Whenever you put a stories without a text, people probably won't watch until if you have especially multiple stories, they will not watch it. Because they're probably like doing something. Instagram is kind of like a platform where we just keep come in and scroll a little bit. And if it's not catching and if they don't know what you're talking about, they will not turn the sound on for you. And the same thing with Reels. Reels dimensions are 9:16. So whenever you're creating it, Instagram will actually show you blue lines where it will be 4:5. If you're adding text, make sure that you stay within those, because if you put the text way below or way higher, people who are seeing it on their feed, your reel, will not know what the text say. And sometimes they might not even click to see, like, oh, I'm too busy or something like that. And so that's why it's important to keep the text within the ratio. And another simple thing is to recreate your most shared and saved posts into a reel. So when we're going back to past 36 months and see what was your shared and saved post, you can just create them into a reel. And my thing is, like, I know some people are scared to try it, to see it. Just try it. Just do 1 or 2, see how they work. If you don't like it, you can always delete it. And you don't always have to put them on your feed as well, but it does help when you're like resharing on your feed and sharing your story, so people can see it from different positions, I guess, because your audience that see your post might not be the ones who is watching your stories. Okay. Last but not least, for the tools, engagement. I cannot speak enough how important engagement is. I have worked with accounts who I just did engagement, and our account grew by 2 to 5 followers a day, depending on like how much you're willing to spend and all those things. So my go-to engagement strategy, I spend about 20 to 30 minutes on account, and I spend 10 minutes engaging on your feed. Hey, Jen, can you close the door? I spend about 10 minutes engaging on your feed, leave genuine comments, raising questions, and then spend about 10 minutes engaging with stories. Bonus tip, if you go in the very, very end of your story, all those little round things, circles, and engage with those that you don't usually engage with, you actually like recreate that connection, and people might have forgotten about you and be like, oh yeah, how are you doing? And you can all of a sudden create this whole DM chat, and you never know where that might lead to. And then spend 10 minutes with hashtags. So pick 2 to 3 niche hashtags that are relevant to your ideal client and engage with those. And don't try not to like just sell right away. Just leave a genuine comment. Like, oh my God, that totally resonated with me. I have the same story or something like that. Don't just leave emojis or anything like that, because that really won't lead to anything, because people don't really know what to respond to an emoji. But genuine comments usually work really well. I'm just gonna check if there's anything there. Nothing. Okay, perfect. And just a little caveat kind of a thing when you're doing things on Instagram, posts and Instagram lives is where you can grow your account. Stories is where you grow your business. Stories is where you can actually sell, show behind the scenes, how you do things, and you can do both on Reels, which is very, very fun. And Reels is like such a new feature. I think it's been out for like 6 to 8 months. You can still jump on the wagon. You can still do all the things. I just had a client who posted a really bold reel, and they got up to 200,000 views, and she gained over 100 followers in one day. You never know what it can lead to.
Can you describe what's considered like a bold reel?
Well, let's say, hers was, she's a runner, and she is an influencer, and she got sent a shirt that says "not for walking," and she got really upset because she's also a runner who talks about how important it is to start with walking. You don't have to be this like marathon runner from the get-go. So she just made a video with the music that says I don't know if you've heard of it. She's a dangerous, like danger. I'm not very good at singing. And she was just like really showing the shirt and like not for walking and really upset with it and just chopped it and cut it out and said, here's what the benefits of walking and stuff like that. And people were like, oh my God, yes, it's so true. What the hell? This is so toxic to talk about that. This is not like walking isn't funny. And all of a sudden it just kept looping and people kept sharing it and people kept watching it. So it's not like it's not safe. She got a lot of some negative comments too, but she resonated a lot with her niche group, which is people who are starting to run. So something that people might be afraid to say, I'd say, what would be a bold thing. It doesn't have to be like negative or anything like that, but just kind of like, oh yeah, that stands out. Right, content planning. Hope you're ready. Hope I didn't bore you to death. And also if you guys want to take a break, let me know because we're gonna be here for a long time. Here's what I include whenever I plan content for any account. First of all, you have to look at your business marketing plan. I don't want you to create content that is just like out there. Like whenever Instagram started, there was a lot of content. Oh, let's see if I see your chat. Oh, okay. When Instagram started, there was a lot of content where it just was a pretty picture and somebody will be like, and somebody will just say one sentence. Just like random. And it could be good for personal account, but when you're creating business marketing plan, it has to be intentional. So let's say, why are you sharing this post? Why are you sharing this picture? Why are you talking about this? Are you creating a brand awareness? Are you talking about pain points that might lead to people being interested in your content and purchasing your course? Can this lead to more engagement? Let's say you're sharing a relevant story. Let's say you're talking about skincare and you say, well, when I started taking this is how I looked, or this is the problem I've had. And you're going to go into storytelling and share how that changed your skin. And if people will resonate with that one pain point, you have a chance to engage with them and also possibly sell them whatever that you're selling. So your business marketing plan can include just brand awareness or specific launch strategy or anything like, let's say next month Jen, like launching a course, so maybe next month you're launching a new service, or you're just trying to talk to as many people to talk about your business. You're not launching anything, but you're just sharing, here I am, here's my business, come see us, come chat with us, do all the things. That's your marketing plan. And you really should do once a quarter kind of an evaluation of what you need to do. And that's why I want to do this workshop quarterly. Let's say next quarter, second quarter, in April. Well, it depends really on your business, but let's say April, March, and June. Your busy month could be June. So you're just really focusing on brand awareness for the first 2 months. And then in June, you're launching, you're talking more about your business, you're doing all the things. If you have specific dates, that also helps. And if you're launching something, I recommend doing at least 2 to 3 weeks to start talking about it. Start engaging more, start posting content that is more relevant to that specific group. And then we're going to look at monthly holidays and national days. What is happening in April that you can be also talking about, that you can maybe actually create marketing plan around. Let's say it's Earth Day. Then if your business is all about sustainability, supporting Earth, all the things, then maybe create a whole month about it. And then I also always try to share content pillars. And we'll talk a little bit more about those, how to create those. They really save your life. You don't have to get up every morning and try to come up with something. You can just batch 1 week or 1 month ahead of time. And it's fun, diverse, and it's actually also talking about your business. Batching is the secret to success in this case. Okay, content pillars. They allow you to diversify your content. As I said before, it's kind of like 3D in your content. So it's especially if you're a service provider or a person behind the business, you don't always have to talk about your business, because some people might be interested in your personality. Some people might be not interested in what you have to offer right now, but they really like what you have to share with the world in general, like what your values are, and they might stick with you. And then next time around, when you're offering something, they'll be like, well, I think I'm ready for this. Depending on your sales cycle, some sales cycles are a year, some sales cycles are 6 months, and some businesses are harder to invest than others, depending on like your price point and all the things. So this allows you to keep your audience, because it is social media. People are here to socialize, not to sell. That's how it all started, but they might be interested in what you have to offer. I recommend having 4 to 5 content pillars, no more than that, and then you can have like sub content pillars in those. But they always have to include, especially if you're a service provider, about you, your story, like maybe a little fun facts about you or anything like that, and sales and business category too. And sales and business category doesn't have to be always like buy my product. It could be like testimonial. It could be a story from your customer that you want to share, that you can share, or something like that. Right. So I want to ask, before we go into this, if anyone needs a break, if anyone has any questions, because I'm actually going to go through Trello and show you how I create content for anybody. And I mean, we can do it for myself. Just want to double check if I didn't bore you to death. Yeah.
Hey, Arena, I'm sorry, I'm saying your name all
It's
funny.
okay.
This is really random. It's not related to Instagram, but Facebook pages, when someone gives you a review, I, for the life of me, cannot even find the tab where you kind of enable that. And someone sent me a review, but it's not showing on my page. So I was wondering if you could even like talk a little bit about sort of check-ins and reviews.
Yeah.
I know that's really like a big thing. It's kind of like a recommendation. You go on a page and people see that, and 4 stars versus 5, and it makes a big difference. But yeah, I can't even find the reviews section to like edit the page, or even find the review to put it on. So if you could help with that maybe at a later date, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I can actually answer it right now. Facebook got rid of their reviews about a year ago. So now they're called, I believe, recommendations. You cannot ask people to do that. I think there's a way for them to like leave your it's called, I think, a recommendation, but it doesn't give you stars anymore. It doesn't do anything like that. If people can just find, here's what people say. I think it's in the community option. But it's not like an option anymore where you ask people to leave your review. I don't know if that helps or not.
I mean, it's still on the page. You can still, there's a tab which says reviews.
Yes, I think it's, let's just go in and look. I'm gonna stop sharing. No, actually don't want to stop sharing. Give me a second here.
So I think it's just under your settings, isn't it? Where you then have to be able to.
Yeah. I know it's like not as used to be anymore.
I feel like they change the settings often, but as of now, like on my page, there's still a tab which says reviews, which is annoying. But when I go into like my page settings, there's literally no place for me to like edit or do anything related to reviews, if that makes sense. It's totally random.
Look. So you can go to your reviews, no recommendations. So I think they are called recommendations. so what was your question again?
Yeah, so exactly like your Facebook page right now, it says I have the same, no recommendations yet, 0 out of 5, and I want to change that. And I did recently, someone did send me a really nice message about like, oh, we love your classes, etc., etc. And I said, I'd love it if you have a moment to just, put a little review up if you have a time. And they were like more than happy to do that. But then the reviews like not showing on my page.
Okay, what's your page?
Prana Buzz. So Prana and then BUZ. Yeah.
V, not P, V, R.
Yeah, no, that was right. I thought you.
Oh, sorry.
Prana and then BUZZ. Yes. And so if you go on top, reviews, and see same thing.
Because I thought that people can no longer. Okay, so here, how you can do it.
If you want to test and just try,
yeah,
just something on, and I can always, hopefully I can find it and I delete it or something.
Okay, so whenever people go to your Facebook page, right, they go to reviews, and then they just have to click yes or no, and then they can go and leave a message.
Yeah, and I think that's what the lady did.
But it's kind of like it. I don't think it stays, right? It can stay, but it's something like it's more of like a post anymore. It's not like a star or anything like that.
Right. And the weird thing is I don't see the post either. That's
okay. Well, let's write something.
I feel like Facebook has gotten unnecessarily complicated.
Yeah.
That is my way of like saying.
I would say it's like the least user-friendly platform out there. Even though there's so many people are on there, it's very complicated to, it's not as, where Instagram, it's at least kind of easy. I know there's a lot of new features that you have to learn and stuff, but Facebook is just, it's not even like intuitive anymore, where Instagram can be. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Facebook is the WordPress of website builders.
Oh, yes, I 100% agree.
Oh, look, so because I see that. So it says, is amazing, blah, blah, blah. Now, let's see if it's actually on the post. I mean, if it shows up as a post on the page.
Yeah, so see, it doesn't show us the reviews. But I think it does. Let's see.
Yeah, so that what you wrote, I don't see that anywhere. Like I only see it as I get a notification and it says, oh, you got a,
because I did make it public. It did give me an option to make it private or public.
So did you do public or private?
Yeah.
Did you do public or private? You did private?
I did make it public.
Oh, you did make it public. So yeah, even though you made it public, when I go on the page now, as the whatever owner of the page, I don't see it anywhere on the page as a post, and neither do I see it under the reviews tab or whatever, the recommendations and reviews tab, with your comment or post. It's weird. I don't know what's going on with this.
Let's dive into your settings after.
Okay.
How long can you stay?
You do what you need to do, and then I'll keep troubleshooting. I don't want to take too much time for this. It is like highly frustrating.
Totally. We'll look into it.
Okay.
And if I have time. Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, totally. Okay. Any other questions? There was something in there. I want to have some, if you want to see if they show to the public. Oh, so kind of the same, Allison.
No, I'm saying that I do have some on mine. So if you want to see if they show up.
Oh, okay. Let's do that.
I think the last time you clicked on Prana Buzz, yours did show up. It just like took a few minutes. Yours was on there the last time you clicked.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's right there. Wanda, I don't know if you're still here.
Oh, yeah, I see that. I'm thinking maybe if I look at like the page as someone else, then I see it.
Oh, okay, maybe. Okay.
That's so weird. I still don't see it. I see it on your screenshot, but I don't see it.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's right there. So maybe it's just people who are going to your page.
Okay.
It is public.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
there's
yes.
that.
Now oh my God, I see them both. Reka. Okay, I have to see it as someone else. I can't see it as the actual page owner, which is
Okay.
so messed up. But thank you for the recommendation and review.
Yes. Now we figure it out.
Okay. Yeah. Together we are stronger.
Yeah, see, community. It helps. Okay. We're just gonna go into content planning, and what I use is Trello. I don't know if you've heard of it or not, but it's a handy little tool. And if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. You can honestly just print out a calendar for a month, let's say for April, and put in your content pillars and all the things. I just like this because you can plug and play, and you can erase and release every month, and you can reuse some of the copy that you maybe used in the past, which is kind of nice. And I also keep, if you have ever done any hashtag research or anything like that, it's all in there saved instead of like a piece of paper. And this is just, I'm gonna start from the scratch, so that way you guys can see how I do it. And I create a few lists, and the first one will be called essentials, which I'll show you why. And then we're gonna go into April. Say we're doing content planning for April. We'll start, I start my weeks with Sunday. We're gonna do 004 to 109. And etc. I'll just do 3 weeks. So essentials, I'm gonna put my content pillars in here. I'm gonna put my hashtags in here. And if like any branding or any logo, you can also do this here. Put a link in there in the description so it's easy to access. Or like, let's say Canva templates, if you have those, or link to Google Photos right here. And here, so I know that for my account, the best days to post, and also you have to decide on your frequency. If you can post once a week, that's totally fine too. If you can post 2 times a week, that's fine too. You can also like say, oh, I want to make 3 posts a week, 1 reel a week, and 1 Instagram live a week. That's 5 content things, which is a lot. For right now, my capacity is 1 post a week, but I'll just do 3 for here for now. And I know that Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday are my best performing days. That's where my audience is mostly online. And let's say I want to do a Friday reel, and maybe on Wednesday I'll go live and something else. I'm gonna start with content pillars first though. So since I'm gonna be posting 3 or 4 times, I'm gonna take 4 content pillars. And my first content pillar will be about me, personal story, and you don't have to talk a lot about this. And I know, Allison, you're more like a shop kind of a content, I would just say maybe for you could be actually still beneficial to talk about you and person behind the service, the business, but maybe do it like twice a month. Say like, oh, here's why I decided to, and maybe storytelling could be overall for you. Here's why I decided to make this map. Or somebody asked me, well, why don't you have like any, I don't know. My mind is escaping me. It's been an hour and a half. But like the story behind any of your products, why puzzles? Or like, oh, I thought it would be really amazing idea to create puzzles out of maps, which I think to this day is still terrifying to make. But like stuff like that, where you can still utilize storytelling, but not always about you. But I do think that you should talk about yourself a little more, because you're amazing. You're creating all these cool things, and people would want to know, hey, I want to support Allison. She seems cool, but I don't know anything about her. Like the fact that you're from New York City, I didn't know. And you're what, for Vermont? No, you're in Montana. So something, because people are still here for connection. And if you are the shop, you're still like a person and one woman show. So that's kind of, it's really beneficial. It will be beneficial for you. It won't take away from you. About me, personal stories, then it will be like business content. So that could be services I offer, testimonials, client, what would be case studies. And that would be actually cool for you, Sonia. Or, I mean, actually anyone. Yeah. Well, I don't know, Jen, do you have any we probably don't have any testimonials.
Yeah, we just have to be mindful of
Yeah, it's kind of a,
confidentiality, but
and then educational content is always, for me, will be like social media tips, and that could be about anything. And then fourth so you can also add something that is really important to you. Let's say you're a service business provider. What is important for you? Maybe work and life balance. Maybe talk about female business ownership is important for you. Maybe talk about any other something that is important. Like I know a lady who is a social media strategist, but she always talks about sustainability. She always shares about her favorite products or how being sustainable helps, or anything like that. So for me, let's say women empowerment is really important to talk about. And that could be my fourth content pillar. Did I spell it right? I don't think so. No idea. Okay. And for hashtags, after you do your research, there could be also hashtags that are related to your content pillars. So let's say for me, that would be personal story. And my personal story could include a lot. That could be something about entrepreneurship, something about immigration, something about marriage, something about living in Montana, all the things. And for any of you, if you're sharing anything about you, depending on what you're talking about, let's say like, oh, well, I've been through this, that's why I started this business. And that could be also related to your business too, hashtags. And then my business could be, so I can talk about my niche, which is a social media manager, social media strategist, any other social media related things. The same was educational, but they will be more specific. So let's say I'm making a post about hashtags, or I'm making a post about engagement, or I'm making a post about Instagram, or I'm making a post about other platforms. I can include those. Like let's say I'm talking about Pinterest and how it's a traffic driver. I can find hashtags that's specific to that and other things. I'm not going to go into hashtag research right now because it does take a lot of time. And then for all of those things, you can click create links here, and it will go straight to where you need to go, which is nice. Okay, so let's say I know that in May, well, it's more like June. So in May, I'm gonna offer a new service, and in June, I would like to have 4 clients to take it. I'm gonna just put here Sunday, Monday. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Friday. And what? And I also do this here, stories, because sometimes it's important for us to remember what we need to talk about in stories. Okay, that's 3 weeks. I want to talk about my new service, but I'm not ready to book anybody. So what I'm actually gonna do on every Wednesday, it's gonna be my business related day, and I'm just gonna put it here. And like, let's say here, and it's gonna be about consulting. I'm gonna make a testimonial from a person who I did consulting for. And I'm gonna make a graphic, and I'm gonna put a copy. Here's I helped this person, and here's what they said, or something more storytelling, and I'm just gonna save it. Done. And I like to talk about content pillars, batch content pillars. So like next Wednesday after that, I'm gonna talk about, hey, here's how you can work with me. Or like some business updates. Let's do that. And then on Wednesday, which is closer to May, I'm gonna be hinting I'm about to offer a new service and share a little bit more about that. Right? I'm just gonna do 3 weeks for now. And in April 22nd, I believe is the Earth Day. So it's this Wednesday. So I'm actually gonna move this. I'm gonna make this on Friday. And on Wednesday, since it's Earth Day, it's important to me, so I'm gonna talk about it. And I'm gonna make a copy here and say something like share maybe a story. I can share a story about how I'm from a country where they don't recycle, and that was really hard for me to get used to. And now I'm a recycling nerd. Something like that. Story, people will relate to it. And you can specifically search for hashtags that are connected to Earth Day. And you can add those hashtags over here too. Then on Sunday, I like to have an inspirational content. It works the best. And let's say if you're into those graphics and stuff like that, you can do them on Sunday. Or like it could be a graphic, it could be a photo of you sharing about something that's inspirational, important, or it can be a photo, a flat lay, it can be anything that rather than maybe your face or your face. That kind of topic doesn't have to always like show you. And Sunday, since Sunday is my inspirational and it's like kind of related to women empowerment, maybe I'll say, it's a second quarter is here, and I can't believe where I've been a business owner, blah, blah, blah. I want to say thank you so much for all these women who supported me. And it could be inspirational and say something like, I believe in the community, and here's what the community has done for me. And you can write this here. I'm not gonna write all this whole thing because I want you to just kind of get a hang of it. And the same thing I will go do for every Sunday. And if there's anything that's like, let's say you're launching in May, you can create content that has different content pillars that is connected still to what you're about to do. And then the same thing like for Monday and Friday, if you want to create a reel, you can also batch the reels too, which is nice because you can say like, okay, this reel will be about how I engage. So it could be like literally me screenshotting my phone. This reel can be about how I batch content. This reel could be about something else. And let's say for Allison, this reel can be about how she creates map. This reel can be about how she does on the computer. And this reel can be about, actually, I think would be a cool reel for Allison, is a picture of a map. And then all of a sudden it's a mountain of that. Like, I don't know how easy that could be. But like something that is transitional and doesn't have to be always educational. It can be like a fun thing. Let's say, who do you think? Sonia could be, all of a sudden she's working on the computer, doing all the things behind the scenes, and it's going to be like this beautiful website. Damn, that you can really do this in 15 seconds, which you probably can't, but how fun would that be? For Amy, anything that you're mixing with, mixing all the products, supplying products, like for you will be actually how to do or like doing in the process will be really great reels. And then you really don't have to do much. You can take like 5 seconds of each video doing something, or like before and after, let's say if people are okay with it, sharing their coming in, how their face looks, and all of a sudden you're mixing something, and then in the end you can show how their face is glowing, or whatever the outcome is. For you, Jen, reels could be very educational. I think could be like an example, or if you're going through divorce, let's say the topic is, or like here's a question that another parent asks, here how you can answer it. And it could be actually you and, is it Brandon? Just maybe like talking. It could be like, have you ever seen, I love this reels from a lady, it's called Smarter in Seconds. And she's literally talking about a topic. Today we're going to talk about whatever, like today we're going to talk about how you can talk about this issue, or if you have teenagers and you're in the middle of divorce, something like that. If somebody asks you this question, here's how you can respond. Like little things that can give them an idea and be like, oh, I didn't think of it like this, or something.
Yeah.
Does that?
Yeah. We've been doing that on IGTV, which it's one of those things of just getting comfortable with how to create reels, because that would be super helpful, like role playing language on how to tell your children. Like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you can actually just create it from your IGTVs.
Okay.
Just take a snapshot of your IGTV, add some text, and there's your reel.
Well, son of a gun. Okay. Cool. Well, that's so helpful of like learning how to repurpose content and what you can repurpose, and then what's not effective.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And you can repurpose all of your content. You just have to have content to repurpose.
Yeah.
But like, even if your graphic, let's say it's a graphic about some tip, you can make that into a video.
Yeah.
Or vice versa, you can make that video into a graphic.
Cool.
So you don't have to come up with like this whole.
Yeah.
It's just, it is a sensitive topic to talk about, so people might not be ready to engage with it. But I think the reels will actually be very beneficial for you.
Cool.
Let's see, I'm trying to come up with who else. Well, Cassidy, you can, I think creating the earrings, that could be a great reel for you. I I don't know, I did not see your Instagram really.
Oh yeah, I have a ton of the creating reels right now on there. So
And
and
I
they
think-
they do really well. Mhm.
Yeah, and I think I kind of checked, and they're the most views when you're creating something.
Yep.
I think you can just like, yeah, behind the scenes, how to create, maybe even how you create from like an idea of like on a picture into like product.
Oh yeah, that would be cool actually to have like maybe like a drawing of what I'm planning on doing, transition
Yeah.
into that, and then come out with the actual
Yeah,
earring.
it's kind of like more dramatic transition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that would actually be a good idea.
But I mean, I know Kylie knows how to use reels. She's created them. But here's what I want you to do. I actually want you to start creating content. Like if you guys want and feel comfortable right now, create content, create your content pillars for like a month or whichever you're comfortable with. And as you're doing it, so it's going to be a little quiet. If you come up with questions, be like, hey, well, I think that I want to create this or this. What do you think? So that's kind of like the last part of the workshop. Does that help make sense?
Yeah. Why Trello and not something like Later or another platform?
You can use those platforms too. Here's why I like Trello. You can plug and play a little more, and you can also save. So let's say I wrote this awesome copy, but I didn't want to use it. I can always save it for later. Where I use Planoly for creating like scheduling content. You just use kind of pictures, and if you want to delete that picture and put a different one, it deletes the whole copy. So this is kind of like more to save me from rewriting things. But you can use Planoly.
And are you using the free version to do all of this on Trello, or are you?
Yeah, there's.
Okay.
I don't even know if there's a paid version.
Okay.
I mean, I have a lot of boards on here with other accounts, and I use that pretty easy. You cannot schedule from here, but I can use Planoly for actual like adding photo and doing all the things.
Okay.
If you want me to go over it through Planoly, I can too.
I don't know if that feels helpful. I mean, the laying it out is helpful. I just was curious with your professional opinion, like what.
I think this is more looking like a calendar to me, where I can actually look at the calendar and be like, oh, next week, this is what it looks like, this. Or like, let's say for you, April 18 is your launch. You're like, okay, I have about 4 weeks to promote the course. So here's what I need to start doing. And then you're like, okay, we have 3 weeks left. We have 2 weeks left or something like that, where you can actually put in stories. Okay, we're going to put, like, let's say 2 weeks before, we're going to put a countdown to our first course. And we're going to talk more about on stories. And maybe 2 weeks before, you're going to go on live twice. So that way to answer any questions or more like, so the closer it is to your course, the more engaging you are, the more you talk about it.
Yeah.
And before you're just kind of like throwing seeds out there, where in Planoly it doesn't really show that. It's just pictures.
Okay, no, that's helpful for sure.
I think there was a question. Oh, bye, Kylie. Sorry, I just saw it. Okay. Do you have any other? Did you have another question? Jen?
No, that was,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. If you guys, we can take a break too, and then come back to it if you want to start working on this or not. I know Amanda said that we can take a break at 2, like go drink your water, eat, or whatever. I'm gonna need some water. So if you don't have any questions, I'm probably just gonna go take a break for about 15 minutes, and I'm gonna come back and see if I can help out.
Hey, Irina.
Yes.
I'm just, since we're going into like a work session part of it, I'm gonna put some music on for those who might have some music in the background.
Yeah, I actually don't know how to do it, so thank you.
The only thing is that I have to share my screen, so it would take what you are sharing away,
Mhm.
end up being a problem if somebody has a question.
No, I mean, I can answer without, because this is just an example.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Okay. Well, we'll see. If we need to switch it,
Yeah,
then
we can.
yeah.
So I'm gonna stop sharing. I can't hear anything. Sorry. Oh.
Okay, well, I'm having major technical difficulties. I don't know why my music won't play. So hopefully you all have some good music to jam to. And then Arena, you can share your boards or whatever would be helpful for examples. I tried.
It's all good. Well, I wonder, I can maybe turn something on too, but I was just trying to, I'm gonna try to see if I can share who I can share. That would be a good example that I've done that I'm a client. Okay, I don't think any of you know this client, so I'm just gonna do it. Share my screen. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen, talk a little bit about it, and then I'm gonna take a break. And all of you can take a break, obviously. Okay. So here's a client I've had. She had a launch strategy. Don't think you know her. If you do, please don't say anything. But that's how her Trello board looked like. So Tuesday, Wednesday, we kind of played with days a little bit. So if it's a video, Trello won't show you if it's a meme or anything like that. But here's her copy. I did attach hashtags separately. And here's her content pillar. So it was educational, personal, funny. Was funny actually really worked for her really well because she was a person who helps people with digestive issues, which are not really funny. So I think that kind of helped out with more engagement. And in them, I did add hashtags, but here's how it looks. So I attached a picture for her to prove, and then here was the copy. And because we were launching, here's what we've done. So her launch was this week. So this week, before that, we were just talking about more educational content. It was New Year, then we added some branded stories here. And I just attached some of the stories that we really have to do. And then she had a free masterclass. So I did on Monday a bigger announcement of masterclass. There was a copy, then there was like a reminder before masterclass. Then on Wednesday, it was an announcement of a program. And on Sunday, it was the last day of early bird pricing. So she kind of had a really fast timeline. And on stories, there were some branded materials. And then another week, there was a gallery post, which was include a few pictures. And on Wednesday, there was 3 days left until program starts. And then on Friday was the last day. And then some stories. So this kind of like in a nutshell. I don't know, Sonia, if that helps.
Yeah, definitely. I was just kind of wanting to remember what the things you created on the left-hand side were, and then like what you go across the top with, so I could start filling that in.
Totally. Yeah. So this would be like essentials. I know I call this November, but essentials will include like content pillars. So you really should figure out what your content pillars are, hashtags. I can throw some hashtags for you if you want. I'll while you guys are working, I can come up with something. And any links, any important links, like let's say, so I want your Trello to be like a base for all your content. So links to Canva templates, links to Google Photos if you have any branded photos or anything like that, links to anything that would be helpful. And then this will be the dates. And sometimes I like to put in weeks, like let's say this week we're talking about, let's say in this example, we're talking about signups to a free class. Then the actual free class is happening this week, so there's going to be a lot more involvement. And then the actual program starts this week. So for you could be like, let's say you're building an email list and you're creating a freebie. This week you're going to be talking about, here's what I'm working on. Here's my freebie, all this stuff. Here's you're launching your maybe freebie or email list. And there's more on this here. So just kind of depending on what you're talking about, you can also add to the week. And then every day will be according to your content pillar.
So it makes a lot of sense. It's helpful to see like this. I've been given spreadsheets and stuff, and I don't know why I just struggle to fill them out for content planning, but this feels like it's easier to see where to put the pieces and how to connect them together.
Oh, that's good. Good. Yeah, I know that a lot of people sometimes use just Google Docs. And for me, it doesn't work because it's all in one place. So like separating them as days works for me better. That's why I like Trello. So that's good. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions before we go on a quick break? Nope. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing and we can always come back to that. I wonder if I can turn some music on. Stop. I'm just gonna interrupt real quick, you guys. I'm gonna do 2 audits for Allison and Cassidy. And if you guys want to just keep working on your content, that's cool. If you want me to give you any suggestions, or let's say you're really working on something, ask me away. But I will do an audit here. I don't know if that would be okay. Like if somebody's working, I don't want to interrupt. But let me know if that's okay. I'm gonna. I guess, okay. Oh, that's okay. I'm gonna start with Allison because I know her a little more. Just gonna scroll through her Instagram. And Allison, you, with your business, you really just want to be like separated from your personal?
Not necessarily. I just feel like since you know, I have like a service and a product, but I feel like the Instagram is geared more towards the product.
Okay.
So I don't know. Like I feel weird putting like my photo as the North Fork mapping photo, because ideally I would like the business to keep growing. And then if I think of like big products, they don't have the person, you know, but I'm not against like sharing me and stuff in the stories and in the posts. But specifically for the, you know,
Okay. Yeah.
profile picture, that's just my thought on that, but I'm open to anything.
No, it's all good. I really like your bio. It's really fun. And I like that you have your name and your niche in a searchable area, which, I mean, if everyone is looking for maps, or I don't really know what GIS, to be honest. Like if I'm going to be your customer, I'm like, I have no idea what that is. But I like it that it says a one woman boutique cartography shop, which does portray that, you know, you're a female business owner, it's a shop, like it's very tailored, all this stuff. The only thing is like it does say a one woman. Where is that woman?
Okay.
If you don't want to put the profile picture, that's fine. I do like a logo, but maybe like have a highlight about me or something like that. Because before I heard about your business, I didn't even know what you look like or who you are or anything like that. And unique map art to hang on your walls and custom maps for outdoor lovers. I like that a lot. So basically you're just kind of, you are serving, you know who you serve. It's very specific. Shop maps and custom map info, good CTA. And then I didn't click on your link. Okay. The only thing I know, I like that you have a separate page on your website. So it goes to your website on your link. For me, it might be a lot because it's 5 join IMA list. I mean, keep it, but I think depending on what you're trying, I know you're obviously trying to provide all those things, maps and gear and custom and mailing list and contact me. If you can keep it to 3, if that's possible, I would try to do that. Just because it's like bam, bam, bam. Where I'm like, oh, I don't know what I want. Do I want to do this or do you want to do that? Or do you want to just contact her? Because I feel like contact us. And then especially now you have sign up for my email down below. So I don't think you really need the join our mailing list on there.
Okay.
And if somebody needs to contact you, it does say here on the bottom, contact us.
Okay. Gotcha.
And especially they can send you a DM, but I don't know if you really want, do you want them to send you a DM?
Yeah, right now it's not too overwhelming, but usually if somebody does send me a DM, it's usually about custom maps. And then I just like direct them to the custom map
Okay, well, perfect.
page. But yeah, either way, fine for now.
Yeah, I would honestly just keep like shop our map, shop our gear, custom map info, because all the other stuff is down there below if they really want it.
Okay.
Okay, like that. If you want to keep the Bridger Foothills Fire highlight, you can. I don't think people will look through it, just a thought.
Okay.
Reviews on puzzles, custom projects. Yeah, I would say what's missing right now is like the one woman. If you can make like a highlight about you or something like that. I would say, yeah, that's fine. Too many highlights maybe, but I don't want to delete any of them because like they're important. Q&A is also important because there are some could be questions that people might be looking answers for. Adventures, it could be just a fun one, but the biggest one is like reviews, puzzles, custom projects, and maps is what like shows up first. And I think ideally it would be like a little bit about you, and that would be like the most important thing because this is really what I want you, what people are looking for if they're finding you like, oh, I want a custom map, or I want a puzzle, or what do people say about her, or who is she, or what is this? Okay, I like that. So that's just kind of like in a nutshell.
Cool.
And oh, you have an email. Perfect.
Sweet. Thanks.
And Cassidy, let me find you. I know that I saw it. Cassidy, could you remind me your Instagram?
Yeah, it's Nell, Nell Designs Co.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So first thing, your handle says Nell Designs Co. You don't have to put it in your searchable thing because if somebody is searching for Nell Designs specifically, it will still come up.
Okay.
Handle. So that's where I would put Cass.
Okay.
Cass / clay art.
Okay.
Do you just do art? Do you do some special pieces or?
Just earrings and hair clips and stuff like that.
Okay.
Pull their accounts up to share.
I think, let me see, actually, good question. Just give me a second, I might pull it. It shows a little different. But why I'm asking Cass is because you can put instead of clay art, can put maybe earrings, because what if somebody's looking for clay earrings? No, because art is so
broad.
A little bit.
Okay. I just didn't know because I do hair clips too, and so I didn't know if I should just put clay earrings and then okay, I'll just do that. That makes more sense.
Accessories.
I was thinking about doing that too, but then I put creating accessories for everyday life. I don't know if it seems too repetitive. If I do,
let me see. I'm going to share your bio. Okay. Creating accessories for everyday life, slowly and thoughtfully made. Well, here's the thing. So if you're, I would rather you be more specific in your bio than in the searchable area where I would say Cass / clay art, and then I would delete Cass because that's just taking extra space in your bio, and then say creating earrings and hair clips for everyday. Well, you don't have to say for everyday life. You can say it for everyday life, but it's not necessarily. Slowly and thoughtfully made, next restock to be on, click below to shop. Tell me a little bit, what makes your business stand out from others?
I don't know, you're putting me on the spot.
Sorry, I said it's gonna be.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like with mine, I just put more of my personality into my stuff, and I feel like that's kind of like the backbone of it.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know what I don't know what really. I would just say just how I am and how I present my products and everything is just a little bit more personable than just like, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
No, it's okay. Okay, so I'm just looking through your products. So they're very, I mean, obviously unique. Okay, come on, listen. Well, okay, here's what we can just say: creating unique accessories, creating unique earrings and hair clips for everyday life. I like that it says slowly and thoughtfully made. So if they can shop, do they have to wait for restock or they can shop now?
Well, I mean, there's some things on there, but the only reason I put that is because I constantly have people messaging me, asking me when I'm updating my stuff. So that's why I put that in there, is because people are always, even though I put it on every single one of my posts, like these will be available in the next restock, people are always messaging me wondering when it is. So that's why I just always put it in my bio.
You know what I would do actually with those people? Put them on their wait list. Just
Okay.
be like, hey, well, if you're wanting, I'm gonna let you know, and you're gonna be one of the first people to know. I'm gonna put you on my wait list so that we don't have to ask again. But okay, that makes sense, because I was wondering why you put that there. Because as a customer, I'm like, okay, well, can I shop or do I have to wait?
Okay, so probably just good idea. I mean, I can just take that out, obviously.
Yeah,
So.
I would just take it out and maybe like, I know people don't read as always, but if you want them to shop, I would keep click below to shop, because that's kind of like those messages are a little bit confusing. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
And I would also put not like an address, but you can put Missoula, Montana.
Okay, I did have that in this morning and then I took it out.
Well, sometimes people like let's say somebody from Missoula found you and they now live in Texas. They're like, oh my God, I want to support her because that's where I'm from originally.
Okay.
It just kind of shows you where you are in the world. I don't
Okay.
think that takes away from that. I would work on your bio just a little bit. Think about who your ideal audience is and like who buys your product. Yeah, obviously it's a unique product. Fun. I would work a little bit on your power statement, but otherwise I
Okay.
like, slowly and thoughtfully me, click below to shop. All those things are important, but there's nothing that like makes me want to follow you exactly. You're like, oh, she
Okay.
makes clay earrings. Because like I think I don't know if you would describe your earrings like that as like feminine. That's kind of like what I see.
Okay.
But just try to play with words and try to really think about who your targeted audience is.
Okay.
Then they'll be like, oh yeah, this is exactly what I want.
Okay.
Hope that helps.
It definitely does. I know I've been sitting here trying to figure out what to do for like my power statement, and I'm like, I can't think of anything that I want
Well,
to
it could
do.
be also your story. Let's say if you have started making, how long have you been making earrings? Or like maybe this is your passion or something like that.
Yeah, I've been almost a year. So, but it definitely is my passion. So, I just don't know what to put.
Okay. Well, you can you can DM me and ask me if you come up with something.
Okay.
But I think I want you to like think about it a little more and just think
Okay.
about all those people who have bought from you. Be like, what did they say? What did they like about my product? What did they think that makes me stand out a little bit?
Okay.
Okay, and then it doesn't show me if you have a view shop, so you have a shop, that's perfect. Message. Do you want people to email you?
To email?
Mhm.
I mean, I have an email for it up on my website, like for my stuff, but
Just
I don't know,
because,
is it,
if I would want to email you, there's not an option for it.
okay, I'll put my, I don't know. I think I was having issues with that because something, I can't remember what was going on, but yeah, I'll put that on there. Oh, there we go. Now it's popping up. Okay.
Okay. And I like the highlights about MDC. Okay. Love the customers one. Okay, instead of maybe saying about NDC, I would just call it about me.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, or even about Cass.
Okay.
Like the FAQ process. Okay. I don't understand the earring backs one.
So that's just the way that I attach the back of my earrings.
Okay.
So, I mean, I didn't know what else to really name that. I mean, I could put resin because that's how I do it. But it's just how I attach the back of them.
Would you say that could be together was a process?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. I would honestly combine those two.
Okay.
Then what I want, because you're at 5 now and it's good, I would want to see your products.
Okay.
I know you can go through shop and you can go through all this stuff, but if you have like 5 pictures, even of them maybe branded together, you can put like here's so people can have an idea of what your style looks like.
Okay.
Because obviously your style is different from other people who are creating those.
Okay.
That's good. I like your feed is fun. That's probably good. Just for, I think the main thing for you is like to create a catchy power statement. Think about it a little bit, so that like honestly, Allison has a really strong one, like we were just talking, because it's clear who her client is. It's the outdoor person who wants the map on all the stuff. Who is your person?
Okay. I will try to think of something.
Brainstorm. Sometimes it helps to like literally go through reviews and see like what people say.
Okay.
And like analyze, oh, this is what they said and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I like your profile photo. It's really nice.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Hey, Allison. Just gonna answer a question here. I would separate those hashtags by the theme, but you can have them all in there. Let's say you have maps. If you have any specific maps, you can do those, and then maybe like a small business owner, local. What else can be? Entrepreneur, women. Well, that could be a small business. Yeah, but I would just try to separate them because you don't always talk about small business owner. You can also have some outdoor hashtags too. That could be like, and then that way if you put them, let's say you put the theme and then hashtags underneath it, and then put another theme and hashtags underneath that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks.
I just forgot to tell you guys that we talked, Jen and I talked, you cannot schedule reels. You can save them as drafts, you can batch them. Let's say you can batch like 4 and save them as drafts and then push them and post them whenever you want to, but you cannot schedule them anywhere, which is kind of a bummer.
I will say that whenever I've tried to save reels as a draft, I always have the hardest time trying to get them to post. They don't like to post when you save them as a draft. I've had it happen on 5 separate occasions. So I always save the video and then I'll go back in and set it to the sound and do it that way rather than saving as a draft because I've just been bitten by it too many times.
Huh.
So
I've never had that problem. Okay.
really, maybe it's just me. Could just be me.
Well, Instagram is, so.
Instagram, yeah.
Do you also, another thing, I don't create reels in Instagram. Maybe that's why.
That could be it. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, some of the videos I don't take in Instagram, but some of them I do. But I just always just save them and then I'll go back in and do it that way. So, but for whatever reason, when I was doing it as a draft, it would just like constantly keep going over and over and never actually post. It was very weird. I don't know what was happening, but.
Why that's good to know. Yeah, so maybe don't save them as drafts. But yeah, I use InShot to create all the reels. I don't like the Instagram tool.
Yeah. I like using Instagram just because they have the align feature now in Reels. Do you know about that?
Yes.
Transitions and stuff. That's the only reason I like to use the video in Reels is because that is pretty darn handy to use if you're trying to do a transition. It works really well. So that's the only reason I usually use it.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
You guys might laugh at me. Marina, are you talking?
Yes, we're
Oh.
starting. No, you're good. Did you have a question?
Well, you guys are gonna laugh at me. So I just like went into my Instagram to like self audit, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I did not post all these. I just realized there's a section where you're tagged, but I didn't know that that existed. So I was like, I didn't post this. I didn't post this. Like, what is this?
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
That's good.
that's pretty bad.
Did you comment on those posts that you got tagged in?
Nope.
Well,
Some of them. Nope, not that one. Okay, so I need to probably do that.
yeah, I mean, just would be a nice, like a way to engage back and remind people about you. That's
Yeah.
nice. No, Jan and I were just talking, and she was saying how much time it takes to do social media, and like you have to use this platform to do this, and then you have to go to this thing to upload this video, and then you need to do this.
Well, I was just explaining to my husband that he's not on any social media, and
lucky man.
Yeah, and I was like, I just can't fathom spending an hour on a 15-second reel. And he's like, it takes an hour to make it. And I'm like, well, it depends what you're doing. And for me, I'm still learning how to do them. So I have to watch some of the videos. I just learned about like, you do the snap change, like how you align yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm hoping to get a little bit better at them. I have always kind of struggled with the content planning part. Well, I shouldn't say the planning part, but the scheduling, because sometimes I don't know when my company is going to launch something that far in advance. And so I try to remain a little bit more flexible and relevant and authentic actually to my day, just in case like, oh, like flash sale. Oh my gosh. Okay. You know, so I need to be able to pivot. So I do like to capture a lot of different ideas for, you know, when I'm like, okay, I need to post something, what like feels good for the day. So I don't plan it out quite like the Trello, but I do have like notes, and then like Kylie has taken a bunch of photos for me, like just content photos, so I can come up with different ideas. So I don't know if anyone else runs into that specific, like just scheduling, but I did like, I've really appreciated this training, by the way. I really did like, they said going through like the national calendar, just seeing like when Earth Day is, or, you know, because there's so many fun things that you can pull out about your business or your personal interests that would be really relevant. So
today is a pie day, if anyone's interested.
I did a pie reel. I made a pie.
But yeah, there's like, you can find some random holidays that could be, I'm sure, Allison, you can probably find Map Day, like, or skincare day, or like they're probably a special kind of skincare. Like maybe today is the moisturizing day or something.
I've seen there's like National Lash Day, and then I usually see it the next day because I'm like, because I usually post in the morning and then I just like scroll at night to see other people's stuff. And I've like already missed the day.
I wonder, Michelle, if for you would be helpful to create like I have sometimes outline of the posts. Let's say, here's how you would start it. Here's what it will be about. Like, let's say every time you're launching something or announcing like a flash sale, this is how the post could look like, a copy could look like, or something like that.
Yeah.
Where you can have them in Trello, but just like an ideas. And let's say for this flash sale, I'm going to use this copy and just kind of plug in and play a few little things. Like maybe it's a flash sale on lash product and it's 15%. Next time it's going to be a different kind of product and it's going to be a different percentage. But that way the copy is still exciting. You don't have to like brainstorm much. All you just need to do is plug and play. Does that kind of help?
I like that. And we also share a lot of beyond just the skincare, because it's the business opportunity too. That's like the other half of my job. And so I like to share a lot of stories of other people building this business. So that's another one I could easily framework. And then when I meet different people,
I can tell their story.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be so easy too. I think for you would be a lot about growing your personal brand.
Mhm.
A lot talking about you, why you like the company, why you got into it, here like your transitions, or here's what you've learned. Because people come to you for, I mean, there's so many people who sell the same product that you do, but they come to you specifically because of your personality or how you maybe handle business things or something like that. So sharing your day-to-day, behind the scenes, all that stuff, going places, doing things, well, as much as you can. But even like right now, you can take a picture of our Zoom and be like, oh my God, well, I'm just learning something. Part of my job is like to always learn.
Done. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I do that. I'm a pretty good live in the moment. So I do try to be intentional about like capturing a moment real quick because I'm also a mom. So I try not to just, I don't want to be on my phone all the time. But I love capturing like all the little funny, silly, interesting things that we do. Because even around the house, like things are happening all the time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And then another thing I was going to say about Reels, you guys don't have to have always like making this really hard ones that was transitions. I've seen Reels that are just like talking head, like the one that I gave an example of, Smarter in Seconds. It's just a lady who is talking about, let's talk about this today. And then it's just different shots, could be like maybe was different background. She doesn't really move much. It's more like educational. And let's say that could be for you for products. And if there's a lot happening in the house, you can do some like, here's out maybe like day in the life of a person who is also a mom and trying to do all these things and also a business owner and all this stuff, and just take like honestly 1 second videos.
Okay. I like that. Yeah, I think it's like for me, I just need to be more intentional about it. I don't know if I just get like a little bit lazy, but
no, it's okay. It takes a lot of work, so it happens. But if I don't know, I think Amanda will give me your emails, but I wonder if I should, guys, sometimes I create this kind of like a caption templates for my clients that I can maybe send you a few after we're done.
Oh, okay. I could just put my email in the chat.
Yeah, if that would be amazing. Okay. And if anyone
I have another question about, so we do have a product launch coming in 10 days and I know it's happening. So we get these like, well, I guess maybe I'm answering my own question, but from what I understand, if my company, let's say they give us an image and 3,000 consultants share this image, doesn't Facebook suppress, like, aren't there some algorithms from like one image being shared too many times or something? Is that a real thing?
No, I think if you're, here's how, so Instagram algorithm recognizes if somebody is doing something robotic when you're putting the same captions, when you're putting the same hashtags on every single post.
Okay.
The image, even if it's from one account. So let's say somebody else used the same caption, it won't do anything because it's like different accounts. But let's say all of a sudden all you're doing is posting for 9 days straight the same post, the same picture, then you might get in trouble. But no, the thing is, what I don't like about it, yes, it is your company image and you have to share it, but try not to share it as much. Try to like maybe put your own twist on it.
Which is usually what I end up doing. And sometimes if I don't have the products in my hands yet, like I can't make my own. So then I'll try to like make a collage like of me like being excited, and then the corporate image, I do try to like change it up somehow to make it fine.
Is it like a totally new product that have never been made before? Okay. You can also just like share the benefits of the product too. Create like some fun stories. Create and engage, like, I know as they say, create a FOMO about it. So create countdown stickers, create like all the benefits, why you're excited about it, what's the first thing that you're gonna do with it. Like talk about yourself, because you don't have really like customer stories. In this case, I would suggest be like, hey, if this is not new, then that would be great to know. But also like, yeah, images. What else? That's probably about it. Like just the benefits. Not the features, but like mostly the benefits, if you have access to those. I think the stories would be great for that kind of thing.
I feel like that's where I utilize most of and I get quite a bit of engagements when I do polls.
Yeah. All the engagement stickers and stories, use them all.
Yeah.
They boost your engagement.
Yeah.
But also think about who your targeted audience is. Like if your targeted audience is also moms, be like, oh, well, here's a day in my mom's life, and here's how I would use this product as a mom. And another mom who is watching or following you, be like, oh, wait, I need that.
Yeah.
Also, if your engagement, here's why you guys need to utilize engagement stickers. If your engagement is high on Instagram in general, like people are interacting with what you're putting out there, it doesn't matter stories or posts, it will actually bump up your posts more because they see like, oh, this account is keeping people on this platform. So that's why it's important to kind of utilize them and make people do click things and do all the things.
And then I also I used to clump all my stories at the end of the day, again, because I'm trying not to be a mom that's on my phone all day. But I noticed if I like start a little story in the morning, pop something in the afternoon, and then close out my day with something, it's like I constantly then get bumped up to the top.
Yeah.
Nice.
It is, yes. And I also notice sometimes if for example, your story views are all of a sudden kind of low, take a break from stories, take like a whole day, don't have to circle around your thing, and then come back with a little bit, and people will you will have your views higher.
No kidding.
I don't like engagement pods. Cass asked what I'm thinking about engagement pods. Here's what I think about engagement posts. I don't like them because people who are in them is not your targeted audience. And all of a sudden, somebody on there is liking your post, commenting on it. They will see it more, and an algorithm will think, oh, this is the person who is liking her content, so I'm gonna try to show it to those people. And it's not your targeted audience. So you're sending conflicting messages, and you will not actually, whenever you're looking back on your insights, you will know exactly if your targeted audience likes what you're putting out or not, because it's the people who are asking to engage specifically. So if you're trying to boost up your engagement and really connect and really like kind of grow your sales, you should probably just kind of pivot your content and see and really look into like what your specific audience is liking, not somebody else who you're asking.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question about, I guess like the workflow. So you've put all this stuff in Trello now, and say you have, you know, like the post that you want to post tomorrow and it has the copy and maybe it has the image too. Do you then like on your phone copy that and go, like, how do you do that so that it's efficient?
So it's more efficient once you see that. I know it's kind of like a double taking on, but what I do, I go to Planoly and just like plug and play. And I do it 2 weeks ahead of time because I don't like, I know, like, for example, Michelle, she can't really quite do that, but for me, I'm totally okay with it. And then you just post it out, schedule. For the timing, you kind of just have to check on your own account, but I would say early in the morning, you will get the most views, and late in the evening, you will get the most engagement. Generally, kind of that's how it plays out. But also play with it. See, maybe not. Maybe your account is different. Yeah, so then I just put in a Planoly, and you can have a free account on Planoly if you don't have any extra things there, and just plug and play, and it's ready to go, for the world to see. Look at you, Allison. I saw the story that you got all the content. Damn, all right, love that.
Irina, what's your Instagram handle?
It's the social media _art. Also, I don't recommend looking at my Instagram because I literally just made my first post this year. 2 days ago. Tends to be on the back burner when you're a social media manager.
Isn't it funny?
Yeah, I know. It's just the way it goes. Okay, I'm gonna
Wait, so you said social media.
The social media, so the article, the social media _art.
I was missing the. As a picture of you?
Yeah. Well, it was different hair. Yes. I'm gonna send you guys caption templates right now while you're working. I have 3 emails in there. Oh, okay. I'll add you, Cassidy, too.
Hey, Jen, do you want to be tagged as parent team or who?
Yeah, that
who
would. I'm on mute. Or no, I'm not. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, Michelle. I clearly didn't read the email when I signed up that this was virtual. So I got to the parking lot. I was like, well, that's interesting. Oh, story of my life this weekend.
Well, actually, I don't know. I prefer not virtual, but I don't know what you guys think. But I also understand that sometimes people don't feel comfortable coming in.
Well, I think this was nice because we could kind of be in front of our devices.
Mm-hmm.
I also heard of a company called Jumper, and they go around and a gal use them that's trying to grow her account authentically, but they go and comment on people's accounts for you that you pay them to do that, and then they.
Okay. Well, you have to know the details. Sometimes what happens with those accounts is they're robots, and they literally would tell the same thing. So the whole point of engagement is not to be the most engaging person. It's about building the connection.
Yeah.
So whenever you're posting on somebody, like I'm sure you've seen where people just be like, oh, cute dress. And you were just talking about like how you went through divorce. And you're like, well, you clearly missed the point here. But
that feels uncomfortable.
So I think what happens is like, whenever you hire companies like that, and I don't know, maybe they don't do that. That's what happens is like, they're just creating this fake account that does that. That is just like not a very genuine comment.
Yeah.
Yes, you might get a lot of comments, but what's the point of that?
Yeah, totally. Can I ask a question to the audience?
So we've got 2 courses that we're gonna do. One is for like intact families, and then one is for people that are either going through divorce, about to go through divorce, or have. And the question that we have is, does it feel confusing if you read something like, what's the best advice you've ever heard when it comes to getting on the same page with your kids, with your child's other parent? Because we don't want to alienate people that are co-parents, but then we also want to be able to cater to families that are intact and eventually providing resources to them.
I think that wording makes sense.
Okay.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah. So it would be, what's the best advice you've ever heard when it comes to getting on the same page with your kid's other parent?
That makes sense. I think that makes sense.
Does that feel weird?
It kind of feels like a little bit of like word, like maybe a little bit too wordy, but I don't know how you would concise it. Like put, you know what I mean? I don't know.
But are you getting tripped up on the part about your kid's other parent?
Yes.
Yes, me too. And I didn't say anything because I was trying to think of something to suggest without saying.
Yeah.
That part didn't quite resonate.
I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how we can say, how do we say that in a way that makes it inclusive to intact families and families that are parenting from two homes?
Parenting partner,
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
Because that would both be like yeah, that could cover everything maybe.
That's good, Allison.
Hell yeah, Allison.
Come to the rescue.
Thank you. Super helpful.
Would anybody like to give, like, not you, Jen, because you know me well, but anyone else would like to just give me some feedback? Like, okay, you go to my, whether it's Facebook or Instagram, whatever, whichever one is fine. I'm on both. And just tell me like what, if you have some feedback, something I could do better, something that's missing, something that might be annoying. Okay, I'll type it. Instagram. Yeah, and Facebook's just my name.
I really like the engineer to entrepreneur. That's pretty cool.
Okay, thanks.
You don't have really a call to action there in your bio, but I don't know what that would be.
Sometimes I do, like you had talked about changing it up. Like sometimes I have people do like a skincare quiz and I'll throw that up there. This one was kind of generic only because on a clubhouse, in a clubhouse club, they were saying to put your website on there that day. So I put my website on there that day.
Okay.
But I do actually also have a link tree with the skincare quiz, like some other avenues, but.
Can you do it on your website? Like, can you create a separate page on your website that's not active, but it's only for Instagram, and you will have like links to those, to the quiz and to other things?
I'm sure I can. I've never thought about that.
That's what Allison has.
Yeah.
So depending on what you use for creating your website, it's pretty easy just to create a page and call it like a Insta or Insta link or something like that. And you just create links to where you want them to go.
Okay, that's awesome. Cause yeah, my website, I can't sell skincare from there. I don't even talk about Rodan and Fields. It's kind of a antiquated lifestyle website. Hasn't been updated in a long time. So that would be nice though, if it were just a page with more links to shoot elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
And that way they still stay on your website. You're not redirecting them anywhere else.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The other thing is that I have an internal struggle with is like the, what did you call it? The power
statement?
Power statement. So I have some really incredible stats that come like with my business, but I don't want it to be braggadocious, and I don't want it to feel like so far-fetched that like when I started this, I was momming and working, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to feel too far out.
Well, what are the stats?
Well, like multi-million-dollar earner, thousands of consultants. I don't know, like thousands of team members. Like,
I think if you're trying to grow your business with that, that would actually entice me. Like, obviously, she works hard and she knows what she's doing because she has results to show. But I do really like the engineer to entrepreneur. I'm not gonna lie. Well, first of all, because you're a woman and you were an engineer, that's already like pretty badass. And then you decide to be an entrepreneur. So I would actually keep it. If you do want, like, RFN skincare sales leader coaching others to supplement their income from home, isn't that kind of a given? I don't know. I mean, maybe somebody has that other opinion, but I feel like whenever you're in that kind of a field of work, you expect that this person is gonna grow their business by coaching others.
yeah.
So like this statement is not, like I would rather have you put the multi-million-dollar business. I don't think it's braggy. It's just what it is.
Okay.
Michelle, how often are you using hashtags for engineer?
Like never. Yeah, really never. I've not been actually very good at using hashtags. So I'm trying to use them more.
Okay. The one thing with an engineer, it's a good idea, but you have to think if it's your targeted audience. Like what is your targeted audience use?
Except the only thing I'm thinking is that if you tag or hashtag engineers or women engineers,
oh yeah,
it's a lot more relatable of like, oh my God, if she made that career transition, that feels really close to home.
Yeah. Let's say you're sharing your personal story, which sounds like a really cool story. You can definitely use that.
Should I leave in the working from home part, or is that also sort of assumed?
I think, but whenever you're talking to people, do they know that? Okay, so just think of I am not your targeted audience, so I might not be like the best at answering this specific questions, but I'm assuming the people who are in those kind of industries, they do work from home.
Yeah. And I do hashtag working from home because I guess my goal by saying it was to attract people who would like to work from home.
Yeah, you should. Oh, there's so many hashtags for that.
I know. Yeah, there really are.
Like there's one that might be really good for you actually. It's called Hustle and Hard.
Okay.
And then 9 to Thrive, I think. Might be good.
9 to Thrive?
Yeah.
That's so cute. Did they spell out 9 or does it matter?
No, 9 and a number.
9 to Thrive.
And I like Hustle and Hard too, because it's like hustle, but also hard.
I feel like
but there's so many. I would not put the working from home because that's all kind of assumable. I think just like I like the Queen of Silver Linings. You can say multi-million leader, RF skincare leader, coaching others to supplement their income. Queen of Silver Linings. But then the one thing that I'm like, okay, here's your website. What do I do about it? Why do I need to, why do I need to go there? I'm just gonna.
Okay, so it needs to have like a little more action.
Yeah, and you can have fun with it. Be like, well, what's your website about? Like, is it like a lifestyle or what? Or
lifestyle? It's pretty boring.
Well, you might think it's boring.
There's some success stories and like when we used to have live events or when I traveled, I used to update like, here's where I'll be.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can just even say, let's connect.
Okay. And I do have a let's connect button and then page, so I could go there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I really like your branded highlights. Daily cat.
Embarrassing cat people color your stuff. I'm blushing. Yeah, I probably I really haven't added to my highlights or edited or anything for a long time.
Okay.
So probably
they're funny. I was about to say you should probably clean them up, but because they're funny, you can just probably leave it. The only thing is I would brand them because they do stand out as very just kind of like random.
Yeah.
You can come up with something cute that will be similar to what you have in the other ones.
Okay. Okay.
That's all I got.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, I have to send you guys the email. Okay, I just sent you for an email. I'm actually, while you guys are working, I'm gonna go use the restroom because I gotta go.
Allison, I've always thought your Instagram was so pretty. Your aesthetic is really nice.
Thank you.
And all your little highlight designs and stuff.
Thanks.
Are those puzzles really hard?
They're
They look like they might be difficult.
they're not easy because they're mostly just topo lines, but the finished puzzle is like 12 inches by 16 inches. So it's pretty small, so that kind of balances it out. And like the pieces aren't tiny, they're like normal puzzle size pieces. So I feel like you could do it in a night if you wanted to. The difficulty of the design with the small size of the puzzle kind of balances it out.
Okay, nice. I'm a puzzler, so I've always looked at it, but I'm like, I think it's too hard.
Yeah, it helps that it's small in size.
Okay, all right, good to know. Yeah, I like how you linked it straight to your website, like the shop. I like that.
Yeah, and then that is just a page on my website, and I have Squarespace, so it's just hidden, so it doesn't like show up on the tabs on the top.
Yeah.
But then it still directs to my website, so I can get analytics and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, and then you have the sign up for the email down below, and then connect through other stuff. So I'm gonna use yours as a template. I like it.
Definitely. I've definitely used other people as inspiration for mine. So
All right, girls, we're having pie day, literally pie for pie day, and our pies are ready. So I'm gonna dip out. Thank you so much, Irina. This was more than amazing. This was so good.
I would appreciate any feedback that could be different, what was the most helpful, all the things.
Okay.
Enjoy your pie.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Michelle.
Yeah.
I have another question about workflow with the Trello stuff. So after you, like, say you've finished that week, do you just archive that? Or, like if there's copy that you want to use in the future, like how do you do all that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. So sometimes I archive, and if I like the copy, I'll just take that list and put it in the essentials.
Okay.
And then you can name it something different and be like, oh, copy for blah, 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 or something like that. Because it's kind of handy. Sometimes just reuse it so that you don't have to come up with a whole new thing.
Great. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And you can download the Trello app on your phone. You know that, okay. Okay, we have 30 minutes left. Feel free to ask any questions or leave early, that's okay too. I like that you guys are so concentrated. Everyone looks so serious and working away. I like that.
So when I think about pillars, I'm trying to think about like thinking about, so we have About Us, which would include parenting as a company, Brandon and myself.
Mhm.
And then our courses, who is using them and how they're using them, because then we have different, like the court system, attorneys, individuals, therapists, school district, and then having another pillar of tips and tricks. And under that would be co-parents, intact parents, and content that fits for both.
Yeah.
And then, what else?
So you have 3.
Well, I was even thinking if we could feature, because I was listening to a podcast that they were saying that one of the best things for building an engaged following is being able to share. So I thought of like, we could have parents or co-parents send us and tag us in photos and highlight a story of, they don't necessarily have to have done our course. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but highlighting like, you know, a cool, they do Sunday dinner together.
Oh yeah.
And highlighting that story of how they're, because then that allows us to like normalize divorce. It allows us to feature more positive behaviors.
Well, I was gonna say inspirational content. It sounds like what you're missing is like
Okay.
it can look this way, but also I'm thinking for you could be cool to have Instagram lives with people who are in that kind of industry. So like today we're talking with a counselor, or today we're talking with I don't know if you can talk to a lawyer technically, but there could be giving out some, hey, here's how you should talk, here's how you should go through it, here's what you need to prepare. Or also you can be talking to a parent who's gone through it and have normal conversations with their ex-spouse.
Would that be its own pillar, do you think?
Well, it can be like a conversations, but it's gonna be probably like more educational. But on a level where it grows more of your brand awareness rather than like actually giving out tips. I mean, they will give out tips, but it also gives you an exposure to that person's audience. But I think it would be good to, because you're just two of you. I think when people are going through divorce, there's a lot more people involved. Like you, all of a sudden, you have to talk to an accountant probably to like, how do we split this things or blah blah blah. But inspirational is what I would add for sure.
Okay. So I was actually gonna rename that pillar and call it real life. And under real life, put inspirational, put you know, featuring actual families, featuring other professionals.
Yeah, that could, yeah.
I think it would be really cool if we could do a campaign about adult children from divorced.
That would be awesome.
Do you think people would do it?
Yeah. I think how you approach it, if you approach it from perspective like, hey, your story could help somebody who is having parents who are divorcing, and here's what it feels like. And that also story can help parents be like, hey, if you care, you obviously care about your child, you cannot make it work, but here's maybe what they feel, what they think when you are going through that.
That would be epic.
That would be so awesome.
Because that's like a helpful, it's helpful. It's
It's also, they're not in the moment anymore where they're heard or
Yeah.
unheard, or, I think that you can actually even call for people like that on Instagram. Hey, we're trying to create a project where we are talking to kids who parents has gone through divorce and they were younger. We're wondering if you know anyone or anything like that.
Yeah.
Just put out a call out there, and
Okay.
I'm sure you will find some.
Yeah, or even like making asks of, I mean, I was just at dinner last night with friends at the Big Sky at their house, and the gal was like, oh my God, I love what you're doing. It is so often that like what you shared the night when we were here about your personal experience, it's almost every time that we bring this up that somebody's like, will share something about what they had experienced from their situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an uncommon thing anymore.
No.
And a lot of people, but what is uncommon is people don't know how to navigate that, because it's very emotional.
Yeah.
And it affects all parts of your life, finances, living, like romantic, all the things. Like, you just cannot escape from any of it. And I think that it's important to hear from both perspectives too, parents and kids.
So one of the things, and I don't want to take away from them. So if we're
Mac and mute.
Sure.
Thank you, Cassidy. Have a good day. Reach out if you have any questions or if you need help with that power statement.
Oh, yes, yes. Hopefully I can get something figured out. So, okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
All right. It's 2, almost 30. How you feeling, Allison?
Good.
Well, you know, you can always ask me any questions. Hopefully this was helpful. And there's really only Jen, and I know Amanda is kind of gone, but she's there. Thank you so much for being here. Give me all the feedback. I'd love it all. And hopefully I'll do this again in the beginning, before the beginning of the next quarter. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Yes, bye.
Bye.
I can just leave.